Jolene, 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 Jolene. I'm begging of you, please don't take my man. Ooh, Jolene, 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 Jolene. Please don't take him just because you can. Jolene, 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 Jolene. Please don't take him just because you can. Your beauty is beyond compare with flaming locks of ivory, with ivory skin and eyes of emerald green. Your smile is like a breath of spring, your voice is soft like summer rain, and I could be with you, Jolene. He talks about you in his sleep. There's nothing I can do to keep from crying when he calls your name, Jolene. And I could easily understand how you could easily take my man. You don't know what you need to be, Jolene. Jolene, 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 Jolene. I'm begging of you, please don't take my man. Jolene, 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 Jolene. Jolene, 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 Jolene. Please don't take him just because you can.
I saw it coming from miles away. I better speak up if I got something to say, 'cause it ain't over until she sings. You had your reasons, you had a few, but you know that I would go anywhere for you, 'cause it ain't over until she sings. Yeah, more than you know, yeah, more than you know. You should know that, baby, you're the best. Yeah, more than you know, yeah, more than you know. Your good intentions are sweet and pure, but they can never tame a fire like yours. No, it ain't over until she sings. Yeah, right where you want it, down on my knees. You got me begging, pretty baby, set me free, 'cause it ain't over until she sings. Come a little closer, let me taste your smile until the morning light. Ain't no going back the way you look tonight. I see it in your eyes. I just need to get it off my chest. Yeah, more than you know. Yeah, more than you know. You should know that, baby, you're the best. Yeah, more than you know. 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 Yeah, I just Na 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 no. Killa me the no. Na 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 no. Killa me the inside. Killa me the no. Just make a boy know you're not blow inside. Killa me the no. Nobody ain't got no secret for your bubble inside. Killa me the no. Just make a boy know you're not blow inside. Killa me the no. Tell them say Vegas say so. Me want you skin your teeth and make me see it. If you're sure from your pants and you never tweet, you wanna freak, a one man you keep, and him never yet complain, say you're deep. You make your phone, you no answer to you, and a one man a sample your toe. Need a pro, and make a guy know. Say if he moving blow, I kill him with the inside, kill him with the no. Just make a boy know you're not blow inside, kill him with the no. Nobody ain't got no secret for your bubble inside, kill him with the no. Just make a boy know you're not blow inside, kill him with the no. Tell them maybe you say so. Me want hear you scream if you're more clean. No, 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 no. Eat no ice cream, you no smell green like Charlene.
Good morning. My name is Grant Spentelis. Sorry to cut the song off a little early, but I wanted to start, when the time ran. How are you all doing? So good to see you. How are you? Quite a morning. We got a lot to talk about. The U.S. strikes on Iran have started this morning early. Mr. President gave an interview last night with Trey Yingst where apparently he said he's going to blow up Iran's bridges and power plants and God knows what else. And yet, it's not even 8 in the morning yet here on the East Coast in Boston. It's a warm day here. Didn't really get cold overnight. Quite warm this morning. I hope you're all doing well. What is it, Wednesday? Is it Wednesday? Is it already Wednesday? Yes, it's Wednesday, July 15th, 2026. It's 7:33 a.m. here in Boston. It is, what would that be, 1:33 p.m. in South Africa, 2:33 p.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel, and 3:03 p.m. in Tehran, Iran. Inevitably, I am going to yell about things. I want to say thank you to Kathleen. First of all, thank you so much for supporting Towel Channel. Second, Kathleen says, thanks for everything you do. Well, thank you for being you, Kathleen. You're wonderful. Yes, it is definitely War Reporter Towel. Things are escalating. I can't analyze it yet because I was doing towel things yesterday. I was down at the federal court. I was covering this court hearing. We might cover a trial today. It really depends on if Law Girls can get permission to pool feed. Now, the way it usually works is when more than one media outlet wants to cover something, you don't all put in a motion. One of you goes to the courthouse and says, listen, a few of us want to cover this. I'm here. Let us cover it. So if they get permission, Law Girls, not attorneys, to broadcast the Kate Peter felony witness intimidation trial, we may watch a little of that later today or during the morning. I don't know. It's going to be very interesting. I really hope that Law Girls gets permission to stream it, and please consider supporting them in their efforts. But we have to get caught up on the wall before we can get involved in talking about criminal cases and what I was doing at the federal court yesterday and all the chaos and hubbub. We got matters to attend to. We can set aside some time later today where I will be interviewed on Justice Served TV at 6 p.m. to talk about all of the hullabaloo in regards to these federal civil cases and whatever the hell else is going on in Massachusetts. I mean, sometimes I feel like the people in Iraq learn about like the state police here and they're like, well, damn, we thought we had it bad. Thank God we don't live in Massachusetts. By the way, corruption in the Iraqi police is very prevalent, but they don't. I'm pretty sure even in like Baghdad, they don't have the type of stuff that occurs in the state police in Massachusetts, and that's saying something. And if you're like, Grant, are you close enough to this where you read the statements from the Iraqi resistance, who you know to be called the Blood Guardians? And do you know this so well? Do you know that the Blood Guardians aren't really the Blood Guardians? It's just an umbrella term to give plausible deniability for smaller resistance factions that are pro-Iranian within Iraq. Yeah, absolutely I do. And I'm telling you, I'm that close to this situation, and our state police in Massachusetts are still worse than in Iraq. Okay? And that's saying something. All right. let's get caught up on the war. I just want to pause. I want to take a breath, and I want to tell you all, I saw some stuff last night in Jordan in particular, it might have been Bahrain, that made me very uncomfortable as a war reporter towel. I don't know what this missile is. I want to tell you, I can confirm it from two different angles. This was fired yesterday while it was nighttime in the Middle East, daytime in the U.S. This isn't I've never seen anything like this in my life. I don't even know what this is. I've covered this war since it started on February 28th. I have no idea what Iran fired last night at Bahrain. I'm going to show you the clip. I'll show you full screen. I wish I could. This is why I'm a little concerned. I don't know what that is. That is a cluster munition, absolutely, but it's not white phosphorus. It's a multi-independent reentry vehicle warhead, MIRV, with a cluster munition that exploded over Bahrain yesterday. This was last night in the Middle East. Yeah, it looks like a firework, absolutely, but unfortunately, it is well, I don't think Iran's a signatory to the cluster munitions convention, but that's a banned weapon. You can't be firing that. What you're looking at is a drastic escalation. When I saw that yesterday, I was when I got home from federal court, I was very concerned. Like a 7 to 8 out of 10. And I was too tired to go live and explain the developments last night. I figured it was better for me to sleep and then get a clear head and explain to you in the morning what was going on. But this is a drastic escalation. Whatever they did, whatever this is, I still don't know what type of missile this is. I know a lot about Iranian missiles because I've just covered this war so much. I have no idea what this is. None. Zero. I don't know what that is. Maybe some of our experts in the chat, we have some folks who, either because they're veterans or they are academics who have studied ballistic missiles, which I have not. They know a lot about, we have some people, depending on what time of day it is, who can look at a missile in the sky or the explosion radius and be like, yeah, that's most likely this kind of bomb dropped from this kind of plane. They're that good at it. I am not a ballistic missile expert. I'm very clear about that. I'm more of a geopolitical expert. Okay, I was trained in political science, political philosophy, law, etc. But I'm not a weapons expert, and I don't want to be one. I will learn enough to tell you, right now, that when you see something, it is concerning, but I don't really need to know. I know a little bit about the difference between solid fuel, liquid fuel. I know a little bit about the ranges of missiles, but I really need to know, who is firing them, what do they represent when they're fired in terms of, their capacities. Have they fired it before? Is it a new type of weapon? How much damage can it cause? What is, involved in it? I have to think about all of that. 666 Ray of Light, you might be right. But I want to show you another angle because let me show you another angle, actually, 666 Ray of Light, because although I think you're right, what was weird and what had me concerned, let me show you this. I want to show you the some interceptors going up at the cluster munition, okay? And I don't know what to make of it. As I said, I'm not a ballistics missile expert, so I'm going to show you, and it was reported as a fission missile, so I'm going to show you some interceptors going up at this. Now, mind you, I can't sit here and tell you what a fission missile is. I know 666 Ray of Light, you'll be more familiar with the term in the context of Iranian MIRVs, but this is this is an alternative angle of the same missile, and then you're going to see interceptors going up and hitting parts of it.
大国际层啊！
哦，我说那是什么东西啊？飞上去？
导弹。不是说不打吗？
不知道啊。
This is Bahrain last night. Yesterday, U.S. time. Last night, Bahrain time. Again, one more time, so 666 Ray of Light can just get a close look at it.
大国际层啊！
哦，我说那是什么东西啊？飞上去？
导弹。不是说不打吗？
不知道啊。
会掉到这里来吗？
不会。哦呦，
打国际城了。
不知道。
这是打国际城啊！
啊，我说那是什么东西啊？飞上去。
导弹。
I'm going to let this play one more time. We have a very interesting discussion going on, and I think both 666 Ray of Light and Silent Dogs make very good points, but I don't know.
不会。哦呦，
打国际城了。
Yeah, I just don't know what to tell you.
这是打国际城啊！
Oh, missile decoys? Yeah. We're back. Hello. Some turbulence on Airtel this morning. I don't think this is dispositive. I'm not in a position to say what this is. It could. I think 666 Ray of Light has a very interesting hypothesis, which was it's interceptors that hit a missile, and then the interceptors started firing at the debris from the intercept. However, there's also the possibility that that's a cluster munition. It was reported as a fission munition, but I think 666 Ray of Light makes some very erudite, as always, contributions, and they're also probably more accurate, 98% accurate on analysis of missiles, and they have been for a very long time, the Iranian missiles in particular. So, with that said, let's actually jump forward a little bit. Normally I would take this in order, but to see if we can get an answer, let's actually take a look at the claim video that Iran posted this morning, the IRGC, and let's see if we can discern from the video that the IRGC posted of the missiles that were fired yesterday at Bahrain and Jordan and Kuwait. Let's see if we can discern what exactly was fired. Let's see if we can look at the missile body itself. Now, I don't speak Arabic or Persian, so some of you will be able to understand the writing on the missile. There is one sign in English that I think all of you are going to understand. And please remember, these videos are very loud, except they are launch videos. They are exceptionally loud. I'm warning you over the speaker with my voice, and I put the sound warning in the chat. Headphone users, this is your last warning. Reduce the volume. It starts quiet, and then it will go loud as soon as they go to the launch videos, which is about 10 seconds in. So I don't know what that says. Some of you who speak Arabic or Persian might know what that says. I do not. And then you're going to see a sign in English, which I will read aloud for those of you who might be visually impaired or otherwise need that description. It's a man writing on a missile. Someone asked that I describe them. They're visually impaired, so I will. It's a man writing on a missile in Persian. It's like a Tayan missile. It's on like the silo, the middle of the missile, the sort of largest part. And then at one, it shifts to a new screen where it says, where there's a white meme like picture posted on the missile. And on the left is two angels holding a missile and guiding it towards the sky. I tried to explain to you all that Iran uses a lot of prayer when they launch missiles. They try to time the missiles when prayer is being said in the holy city so the Palestinians can pray for the missile as it goes towards Israel. And then there's a quote in English from the IRGC that says thus: Trump wants to wage his fight against us with a business strategy, whereas Iran fights with the backing of divine traditions. So let him fight, and we will fight. And now it's going to get loud. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Now, I played that video because I think it might help some of our experts in the chat. Hello, S. Hurt Locker. Welcome to the channel. Hello over at Dude. Good morning, my dear friend. Hello, the Crow. So the reason I played that video is some of our experts in the chat. I wish I could sit here and tell you, oh yeah, that's a Khyber Shekin, that's a whatever. Now, my friend from Iraq, okay, he's really smart. He adopted the Boston Red Sox as his baseball team, which is awesome. Oh, S. Hurt Locker, God bless you. Enjoy your new towel emojis. We have goat emojis, sheep emojis, bunny towel, mom's dog, Kofi is an emoji. I made a new pancake emoji for that one, Oracle LA. I hope you're feeling all right, my friend. Sending prayers to you. Good morning, Tiffany Bob. Hello, Tiffany Bob's mom. You're both wonderful. So my friend in Iraq, who adopted the Boston Red Sox as his team because, you know, we're friends, he's really smart. And he knows a lot about, he must be very connected because he knows everything that's going on in Iraq, and he knows a lot about what's going on in Iran. And he's, you know, a journalist from Iraq, so he's going to have his perspective. You know how, like, sometimes I get mad when people kill U.S. troops, and people are like, but Grant, you, like, that's what happens in war. You can't get mad when you're reporting about that. Okay, fine, I'm still going to get mad. He, my friend, Ahmad Slavman, is like that. But with Iraq, if you kill civilians in Iraq, he gets really, really mad. He's still a journalist. He just gets really mad. So you just got to understand where people are coming from. I think he's great. I don't agree with him on everything. I'm sure he doesn't agree with me on everything. But overall, I think he does a really good job. I also don't follow Iraqi politics as closely as he does, so I kind of take his word on a lot of the inner workings when he's reporting on, like, who's being politically persecuted by the U.S.-backed Iraqi government, who's, like, opposition, who's working with Iran. Like, he's a really good source for that. Anyway, when I say all that because he reports it, and I trust him, as Khyber Shekin, Zulfikar, and Fatah 110 missiles. Now, that's the other thing we got to talk about. Here's why this is escalating, and we are in a very serious moment. Iran, when the skirmishes, the missiles of peace, were being launched during the ceasefire, hello, CO, hello, Turkey. I send my best wishes to the people of Turkey. God bless you all. You're wonderful. Do you make... No! Everybody... So, there are different, right? There are different types of, like, blue shields you can have. I give everybody the standard blue shield because it prevents you from being censored by other moderators. You can still be held accountable by the chat moms and chat dads. They're very prevalent. They're just hiding among you all. You can't tell who they are. They can time out and ban other mods. But the people with, you know, the blue shields, it's just a protection mechanism. Also, Nightbot, he is a very, very stern, like, monitor, and Nightbot can ban you for using caps if you don't have the blue shield. So the blue shield's kind of like a protection mechanism, and yeah, you can't really do much because I have the moderation log on, so everything that people do as an action I see. Not that you really can do anything to other mods anyway, but the point is, and I monitor the ban list, but the point is, it prevents you from being censored. Everybody has the blue, you're in the blue wallet towel. Rekka, I think you might be right about that. Either, like, but Rekka, what if it's an MIRV that has a flare system built in to deplete interceptor systems? Just speculated. Not that I know anything about the Khyber Shekin, the Zulfikar, or the Fat 110 missiles. Probably Fatah. Fat 110 missiles. Anyway. Hashtag save the goats. Alright, let's continue. Now, we got to talk about Operation Victory 2. Now, here's the problem. When Iran fires its missiles of peace, that doesn't necessarily mean that during the ceasefire that we're in, like, a full-scale conflict. I've been concerned over this past week because the nature of the conflict has been expanding. More intense American hits, more intense Iranian hits on each respective side. Then, as I'm going through this morning, I see that Iran has launched Operation Victory 2. Okay, I believe that's what it's called. That means they've launched a new wave of the war. If they're using language like Operation Victory 2 or whatever they're calling it, that quite literally, in no uncertain terms, means that they have launched a new wave of war. They only call it Operation True Promise or Operation X when they're calling this one Operation Victory or True Victory. They only do that when they're launching a wave of war. That's not sort of tit-for-tat strikes. So I'm going to take you back as far as I can to when we last left off, and then I'll take you through. I don't know when Iran first called this Operation Victory 2. It must have been yesterday. This must have really escalated while I was out and about in the world. Let me see. Where did it all start? Let's see. Well, I was very busy. I actually kind of tuned out for a little bit, which was probably to my detriment because I was covering all the stuff at court. All right, that's where we left off. All right, so as I was covering court yesterday, I think I noticed things going a little astray. Right, what time was it? It was in the morning. So I noticed an attack at like noon in Iran. Then I noticed an attack at 12:25 p.m. yesterday Eastern time in Iran. So that was last night in Iran. What was the next thing I noticed? Then I had a cheeseburger at federal court that 22,000 people saw. I'm not really sure why 22,000 people were interested in my cheeseburger, but more power to them. Then I filmed some people walking into federal court. I don't have time to talk about that. And then I filmed a report on federal court. As I was doing that, Avaz Airport was hit in Khuzestan, so that was yesterday. Then let me show you what happened in Bahrain from as many angles as I can, because this was 2:35 p.m. Eastern yesterday, so just over 14 hours ago. This is what and then right around then is when Iran formally declared another wave of war. So this is Bahrain yesterday, 2:35 p.m. Eastern. Hello, Amy Boston. Welcome to the channel. So maybe this is another angle of that missile in Bahrain. I'll give you the full screen. It's low quality footage. Just the source footage is low quality. Yeah, I don't know what happened to Operation Victory 1. That's a great question. Miss Brown, that is a very good question. Also, I'm hearing that there may be a pool feed for the Kate Peter trial. If that exists, okay, I might start a new stream for that because that really doesn't have anything to do with the war, but I'm watching that trial. If Law Girls Not Attorney gets permission from the judge to have a pool feed, which I hope the judge will grant because, multiple members of the media want it. First of all, support Law Girls Not Attorney if they do get that feed up. God bless them. Second of all, I want to watch that trial. It may not mean much to the people of the world, but to me, I want to see it. There are just some things, ladies and gentlemen, some things that you just have to see. Now I'm going to show you footage from Iran's launches towards Okay, it's going to be loud. This is footage from Iran's launches towards Bahrain and Kuwait yesterday. I'm going to put the sound warning in the chat. Yes, I'd love to see that trial, Tracy, which is why I'm going to potentially start a new stream if we get a live feed. If we don't, we'll go about our day. Hello, Central Mass 508. God bless you. Thank you for becoming a Towel fan. Enjoy your towel emojis. They're pretty wonderful. Now, you need a sound warning for this. Nightbot, where's my sound warning? Where is Nightbot? Nightbot, where are you? Is Nightbot not here? Where is Nightbot? There you are. Thank you, Nightbot. So we also have to watch President Trump's interview. Hello, Amy Boston. Thank you so much for becoming a Towel member. I don't know if you all know, but I like to design emojis for the channel. So we have a dog. Towel Mom Bunny's dog, Kofi, is an emoji. We have goat emojis. We have Chloe the dog in a wig. Now listen, everybody was talking about Chloe the dog in a wig yesterday at the federal court. She was a hot topic of conversation. She wasn't really. She just came up randomly. For some reason, one of the lawyers just was like, I felt a full stick of Denton the Fourth. Ooh, this would be crazy wild. I don't know what that means. Chronologically Folgers, but I love your username. In any event, Chloe the dog in a wig. She's in the federal doggy with sec protection program, so I can't really talk about Chloe the dog in a wig. The lawyer that was talking about her yesterday, I was getting all mad because I was like, bro, how are you going to talk about Chloe the dog in a wig? You know what I'm saying? You got to show some respect. We're at a federal court. No, why are you playing that past video? Please stop. All right, we're going to listen to this video, which is from the Bompar district in Iran's Balkistan region last night. Oh yes, and Boozy Beauty, who did great analysis. I forgot to tell you, independent reporter Boozy Beauty is also an emoji on our channel. She is the 400-foot-tall, baguette-based Queen of France. Now, if I become president, I'm nominating her as ambassador to France. That's going to be part of our plan to conquer northern France. Don't tell the French. Hi, Lexa Animata. Yes, this is pretty intense footage. Oh, it's Chat Mom Lynn. Hold on. I want to first say that the sounds of those explosions are very intense. Now I want to transition and say, it's Chat Mom Lynn. And one thing I forgot to mention. Hello, Chat Mom Lynn. You're wonderful. If you like penguins, you have met your best friend. Chat Mom Lynn loves penguins. So if you like penguins and you haven't met Chat Mom Lynn, she's great. Okay, her name's Chat Mom Lynn, and she loves penguins. So, you know, who doesn't like penguins? If you got a problem with penguins, you're probably not in a good place, you know, emotionally. Seriously, it's like people who have problems with goats. What could you possibly have against goats? I get really mad at people who, like, hurt animals. I don't understand. Or don't like animals. What's the problem? I understand if you don't want to have a goat as a pet, but how can you dislike them? They're useful. They eat grass. They produce all sorts of useful commodities, like milk and things like that. I don't drink goat milk, but it's a thing. Anyway, they're goats. I'm sure they do other things, too. Scenes of missile launches from Iran, civilian footage last night. A ham emoji, that would be pretty funny. I don't really like ham, but a ham emoji would be hilarious. Pardon me. Alright, so then, that was the scene from Tabriz. Then, the U.S. base in Jordan was hit. Then, Kuwait was hit. Here is footage from the Jordanian capital of Amman of interceptors going up last night. Oh, Sayar, my friend, I have wonderful news for you. Lynn, Chat Mom Lynn, is going to Greenland to set up a penguin conservatory. Long story short, you can live with her and have penguins. I don't know. They're going to be fine in Greenland. We just got to put them up on the mountains. You can't have them on the coast. They like ice. They're penguins. They migrate by sitting on sheets of ice that float on the water. They're probably going to be a little confused living on a farm, but you know, build them a little like slide out of ice or snow. They'll be fine. You probably can't take them to the Middle East though. Speaking of the Middle East, here's what Iran has done in the Strait of Hormuz over the past 12 hours. Yeah, that ship's... They sunk that ship. That ship's gone. Remember I told you when you hit a ship below the waterline and breach containment in the hull, it sinks the ship? That sinks the ship. So I heard some people are able to hype the videos. I don't know about hyping live videos. The way that YouTube does it, especially for war coverage, they'll feature it if there's a lot going on, but I don't know about hyping it. I've heard people have been able to hype my videos. I don't know what this hype feature is, so maybe it's just like something that's rolling out. Some people have it, some people don't. Somebody said they hyped one of my videos I uploaded the other day. I don't know what you do to hype a live video. I'll talk to my community rep about it. It's somewhere on my list of things to talk about. Does that say safety first? Okay. Well, Iran sunk this ship. They hit it hard. Good morning, hippie chick. Well, Silent Dogs, you know what? What if this ship is from a fake country, Silent Dogs? Have you considered that? That would make it a fake ship. I think that says safety first, as the boat is sinking in the water. Hello, allegedly be. So, Iran has clearly gone from hitting ships to sinking them. Okay, now I'm going to show you a hit on the northeast of Jordan last night. Direct hit. Well, Silent Dogs, if it's a fake ship, it never existed to begin with. So, you know, I guess that's how it goes. Alright, now I'm taking you through every update I was able to get before I fell asleep. There was a U.S. strike last night in Iran, so yesterday at 7:22 p.m. Eastern, 12 hours ago, in Dehloran province in Iran. No, it's in Ilam province. It's in the city of Dehloran. Then, 2 ballistic missiles were launched from Urmia in West Azerbaijan province, Iran. Then the U.S. hit a mineral water production unit in Musian, Ilam, Iran. Then I showed you the video that was reported to be fission missiles in Bahrain, although it could just have been one missile being intercepted and then other missiles being fired at the debris from the first intercept. Although it is a little odd, I will tell you. I don't know what to make of that footage. Now I'll show you footage from Jordan that is quite exceptional, so I will put this on the full screen. This is hits, direct hits on U.S. positions in Jordan overnight, U.S. time. Footage now, it's about a minute long. Take a look.
هذاك واحد يا الله يا الله بنزل عندنا يا الله هاي واحد يكون واحد يا الله طلع ضربه تركب سرور يما هذاك وقع فوق الناس وقع يا الله هاي يا الله يا الله ترك يا الله ذاك واحد صور يا الله يا الله يا بيي وقع كل عندنا والله وقع كل عندنا
Wow. Jordan is... I think I know what they're doing. I can't understand, I couldn't really understand what Iran was doing this week. Why would you hit long-range radar in Bahrain, like air defenses in Kuwait, and then air defenses in Jordan? Oh, I wonder if a large amount of Iranian missiles at the beginning of the 40-day war were being intercepted over Jordan and being tracked via long-range radar in Bahrain. I'm not saying it's guaranteed, but there is more than a 40% chance that Iran's going to surprise strike Israel. And they're banking on their rounds right now of strikes that look like tit for tat with the U.S. actually serving to deplete Israeli detection and interception capabilities. And your first hint? Oh, thank you so much, Jenna Fisher. I am Jen. Wonderful username. God bless you. Thank you for supporting the channel. So this is your very early towel alert. Obviously, the authorities in Israel are who you should listen to. If they send an alert saying stay near your shelters, that's your sign. But my towel senses are tingling because Hezbollah hasn't fired in weeks, which means they're saving up their stockpiles. Not only has Hezbollah not fired at Israel in weeks, but Iran is targeting things that are so specific that it seems to me to be telegraphing a coordinated preparation to strike at Israel. And you have to take down the interceptor systems from Iran to Israel to get the missiles there. So I sense there's going to be a surprise attack on Israel. Because there is no doubt in my mind Israel is participating in, if not by just allowing the U.S. to use their bases, directly in the attacks on Iran right now. So why wouldn't they be hit? Well, maybe Iran's gauged that they can't hit them until enough of the interceptors are down, enough of the air defenses are down, the radars are down. That's by analysis. Yeah, agree, Marjorie. I think we're looking at the smoke before the fire. I don't know when, though. See, President Trump, let's just watch his interview. He keeps threatening them. If you threaten Iran, okay, they're not going to just ignore it. We're going to watch President Trump's interview, and then I'll get you more caught up. I'll get you caught up on some of the footage. Actually, let me show you this Shahed impact inside Kuwait yesterday. This was one of the Iranian drones hitting in Kuwait. I've confirmed this footage from multiple different angles and sources. Hi, Right On. Good to see you. Yeah, that's a hell of a hit. That's a mean drone. Very mean. That drone is very made. That's one drone. That's a cheap drone, too. Those drones do not cost a lot of money. 50,000, maybe. Here's a ballistic missile impact in Bahrain overnight, about 8 p.m. Eastern last night. That is an Iranian ballistic missile impact. They have a very distinct sort of glow when you see them hit from afar. Now I'm going to show you a little more footage from Jordan. This was published by Fars News Agency yesterday in the morning U.S. time, so about 20 hours ago. This is footage from Jordan in the past 24 hours. Damn. Whoa. Oh, wow. Oh, my. Those interceptors don't stand a chance. Yeah, good luck. No, bro. No, good luck. Swing and a miss. Dude, you can't fire an interceptor that goes like walking pace against a missile that's going like Mach 5. Look at that Iranian missile. It shreds those Patriots. Those are PAC-3s too. They didn't stand a chance. Dude, they hit the same place 5 times in a row. Ooh, this is very bad. Oh, another one. What are... Oh, those missiles are very mean. Look at that missile. It shreds the interceptors. Look at it. Look at it. Dude, that thing is going very fast. You're hearing the delayed sound of the explosions from the prior hits. Oh my god. Whoa. Oh, they're not messing around. They are shredding those interceptors. More footage from Jordan. I don't know what to tell you. The interceptors are not working. I'm looking at Iranian missiles just... Oh, that's bad. That was brutal. There's no sound on this one. Oh, that was brutal. Oh my god, why are you standing there? Run away! Oh, sir, why are you standing under those missiles? Sir, you should run very far away. Sir, one just hit right next to you. What are you doing? Run away! Oh, he's crazy. Oh my god! Oh my god, that man just stood literally between two missile strikes. He's got nerves of steel. Dude, what, did you know what they were going to hit? How did you stand there? Oh my word. Do you understand? He watches one of the hypersonics come down, perfectly captures the hit. And then he's like, well, that just hit like a few blocks over. You know, it's cool though. Oh, wait, there's another one coming? Yeah, hold on. Let me just gauge the... Wait a minute. Let me look up in the sky. Hold on. Oh, there's another one coming. Well, you know, I guess that trajectory looks like it's going to hit about 2 blocks over. I'm fine. I'll just stand here. That's not a ballistic hypersonic missile or anything. I don't really need to be that worried. I'm just going to film it. Oh, what's the worst that could happen? Oh, yeah, see, it's missed me. I'm fine. Oh, yeah, it just hit like a block and a half over. I'm good. Oh, it's cool. Everything's fine. That man's out of his mind. I cannot believe that footage exists. Hello, Bossy's Texas Chickabella. You came in at quite an interesting time. That man's got to be, he either knew where Iran was going to hit, or he picked the targets for them and was getting them what's called kill chain footage. It doesn't actually involve like a kill. It involves the missile hitting the ground. I can't believe he did that. I've seen some people stand way too close to munitions. That man is out of his mind. He stood with no protection in the middle of open ground and filmed hypersonic ballistic missiles striking 1 block to his left and 1 block to his right, and he was cool as a cucumber. I would have been screaming. First of all, I would not have been outside. I would have ran underground. Anything that was underground, I would have been in it. I would not have been standing there. That man is insane. He's got nerves of steel. Even if they were planning to hit the target, I know they're very accurate. What if it got intercepted? This dude put his life on the line for that footage. He's got to be a soldier for them. This is Jordan too, so they must have people in Jordan. That's insane. I didn't actually see the second clip. I only saw the first clip from Fars. This man is out of his mind. I'm going to show this again. You will never see anything like this again in your life. And I thought I'd said that for the last time this war. This is crazy. Don't do this. Do not do this. If you are in... Listen to me. I didn't know I had to give this warning again. If you are, for some reason, in the sound of my voice, and it's even a potential that you could be under Iranian ballistic missile fire, do not stand in open ground, do not stand anywhere outside, and do not film it. If you are, listen to me, I'm not telling anyone to do this. If you're 10 miles away and you're filming the sky and the missile, as you see in some of the footage, is clearly going very far away, all right, news channels do that, I understand. But please, if the missile is above you, and you can see the underside of it, it's coming towards your position, do not film it. Do not stand there. Do not freeze. Just run. Go underground. Find any place you can. Do not film it. I understand people think this is fascinating when the missiles come down. Your life is more important. Don't film hypersonic. I didn't think this needed to be said. Do not film hypersonic ballistic missile impacts from under them. That's crazy. Don't do that. This man should not have done that. You must understand. He must have been told ahead of time where these were going to hit, because there is no way any human being would stand there and be like, unless he was like, well, screw it, who cares at this point, like they're either going to get me or not get me. But that's crazy. Do not do this. Those are very dangerous. That shrapnel easily could have hit him. He's behind walls. He's in a compound, but it's not going to save you from a parabolic arc of a piece of molten hot metal flying at you. Mind you, you can't... How did he know, dude? How did he know that that missile wasn't going to hit him? Oh my word. That's no more than maybe 500 yards from him on each side, and that's really giving it like a lot of room. It's probably closer to like 500 to 1,000 feet. I think he's IRGC, or at least sympathetic to them. They told him. There's no way he could have predicted that those were going to land and not kill him. My word. I'm bookmarking that. I've never seen anything like that in my life, and I don't think I ever will again. And frankly, I'm telling you right now, please, if for whatever reason you are under those bombs, don't do that. Put your own life first. Okay, I need to screen this footage. 1 second, please. If I recall, he doesn't show anyone. All right, this is a report, not translated. There were multiple deaths and civilian injuries in Bampur, southeastern Iran, during the American attacks last night. We might need interpretowel for this. I didn't translate it.
رحمان الرحیم بامداد چهارشنبه 24 تیر 1405 هستش. اینجا پادگان ارتش در شهرستان بامپور هستش. حدود 30-35 دقیقه قبل بود که صدای چندین انفجار از این منطقه شنیده شد و حکایت از این داشت که جنگنده‌های کشور آمریکا متاسفانه به پادگان ارتش حمله کرده بودند. از میزان تلفات و خسارات احتمالی اطلاع دقیق در دست نیست و متاسفانه ظاهر قضیه به این صورت هستش که شلیک ها به سمت یکی دو تا از آسایشگاه سربازا بوده که در حال استراحت بودن. در حال حاضر شرایط به شدت امنیتی هستش. از مردم عزیز تقاضا داریم از هر گونه تردد در محدوده پادگان ارتش و شرایط موجود خودداری بکنن و اخبار موثق و دقیق رو سعی کنن که از رسانه‌های معتبر دریافت کنن. ما هم سعی می‌کنیم اخبار تکمیلی رو در گزارش‌های بعدی با شما در میان بذاریم.
Okay, so that was a report from Iran where multiple people were killed, multiple civilians overnight. Okay, now I'm telling you that the local hospital in Bampur, this source is very good. She speaks Arabic and Persian. She's very accurate, and I track sources by their reliability over multiple days and weeks. So if their accuracy rate is above 98%, I consider for Iran, that's very hard. To have sources in Iran and be 98% accurate or above, you have to be basically Vahid or my friend who is close to the Iraqi resistance, although I don't know anything about them. He covers them. So do American reporters like Shelley Kittleson. Thank God she's okay. Long story, I don't have time to explain. The point is, this Narges Ramadi, she's very accurate all the time, and she reported that the local hospital in Bampur, it was so bad that they needed blood donations. I have not heard that at all during this ceasefire period. I heard about it during the war, especially in Tehran, the Iranian capital, blood donation calls. I've not heard that, so this must be very intense. I'm monitoring. We're going to listen to Mr. President Trump's interview. Here is footage from 5:30 a.m. this morning in Iran. Okay, so this is probably 6 to 7 hours ago now, maybe closer to 10 hours ago U.S. time. Okay, but this was this morning in Iran. That would be Wednesday morning. I don't know why this is inverted. I don't know why Vahid has this inverted. Oh, God. Here, I can fix this for you. Hold on, watch this. So one of the benefits of Towel News is it's a one-man show, so watch this. No, not that way, please. Not that way. Come on, Producer Tal. What are you doing? Not that way either, Producer Tal. What are you doing? How about this way? This way? Close enough. Close enough. Go this way. Nope. Producer Tal, what are you doing? All right. All right. All right, you. That's enough. You failed us, Producer Tal. Your job was just to go a little bit. A little bit. Not to go in like 70 circles. Producer Tal, what are you doing? Oh, this is crazy. You know what? I'm going to fire you. If you can't rotate a single video, I'm going to fire you. What if I just do like a 90-degree rotation? Like auto. Oh, but why are you trying to auto shrink it? Producer Tal, that's not what I was requesting at all. I just wanted you to do that. Why would you flip like 44 times and then try to resize the window? That's seriously, I gotta look into the code base because that is all messed up. Here, let's watch it the right way. So that's the video the right way. You can see the explosion is back here, I think. That's what the video looks like as uploaded. If you watch it just on Twitter as it's uploaded, it looks like that. Not exactly the easiest thing to see. That is in Chabahar at 5:30 a.m. this morning. Here's a correctly orientated video of the aftermath. Surya, I think that's a good point. I don't know about a U.S. draft. We don't need it. We have a substantial number of people in the army. And modern wars aren't fought with large numbers of soldiers, although they are important. They're fought with large numbers of ballistic missiles. It's like a war of the algorithms. This is the aftermath of the explosion in Chabahar that I just showed you. 5:30 a.m. this morning, local time in Iran. So last night about 11 p.m. in the U.S. time, Eastern. This is all leading up to Mr. President Trump's interview that he did last night with Trey Yingst about the increase in the wave of attacks. There's also a report this morning that the port of Fujairah in the UAE is closed for transporting oil tankers in the region after the IRGC hit two giant oil tankers in the port. I showed you the footage the IRGC released overnight. Here's footage this morning, just this afternoon, 2 hours ago, from Shiraz in Iran. Okay. And CENTCOM did confirm, starting at 7:15 a.m. this morning, that they did launch a series of raids on Chabahar and other sites in Iran. I'm going to show you some footage now from Chabahar this afternoon, excuse me. There's the explosion in the distance. More from Chabahar now. More from Chabahar. More from Chabahar. Oh, we already saw this one. So if you're just tuning in, this is Towel News. We are in the midst of another wave of U.S. strikes. I expect Iranian retaliation to occur as we are doing our catch-up coverage. Here's more footage of the American attack on Shiraz within the last hour. Here is footage. Here's a report with English captions regarding the attack on, let me check the city. It was the city that needed blood donations, Bumpar. Let's take a listen.
Oh,
there's the smoke.
میگم کربلا اینجاست. نگاه کن. بنده خدا نگاه کن خیس آبه. به ابوال.
Oh God. Those boats are destroyed. And that guy's covered in sweat because he's trying to save his boat.
میلیارد پولشه. به خداوندی خدا چند تا قایق رفته زیر الان ناکن زیر موشک.
They're pushing their
چند تا
boat
قایق سوخته. چند تا لنک
to
20
save it.
میلیاردی 40 میلیاردی
Wow, they had to evacuate it off of the port. All right, here's President Trump's interview now. Okay. Also, according to a Lebanese political source cited by N12 in Israel, Hezbollah, this was 1 hour ago, is preparing for a possible military escalation against Israel with the scope of any action depending on the scale of U.S. strikes on Iran or potential Israeli operations against Iranian infrastructure. Now I'm going to get you the interview with Trey Yingst and President Trump overnight. I'm going to analyze it. This was posted by Trey, and I'm going to tell you what I think about Mr. President being interviewed by Trey Yingst. Let's take a listen.
Yeah, Brett, good evening. President Trump told Fox News that strikes against Iran will continue tonight and expand next week if the Iranians are unwilling to make a deal. Here's more of our exclusive interview from the White House. Mr. President, thank you for speaking with Fox News.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We have seen extensive U.S. strikes against Iran for 3 consecutive nights now. This comes after the Iranians attacked vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. How would you describe what is happening at this moment? Has the war resumed?
Well, I guess you could define it any way you want, but certainly we're beating them up really badly. They have to be beat up. We're hitting them very, very hard. We're hitting every single thing that they have along the shore, along the waterfront. You know, if you look at the Strait of Hormuz, it's now, we're finding it hard to find where they have anything. We have to stop it. We have to keep it open. I was going to charge a fee, but instead they'd rather spend a lot of money in the United States, which frankly is better because I don't like the idea of a fee. It's got to remain free because otherwise others will do the same thing. But I think we've made tremendous progress.
So your objectives are to ensure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon, to keep the strait open, and degrade the Iranian military. Can those objectives be completed in an air campaign alone, or does this require a ground component?
Well, I think they're completed now. Honestly, if we left right now, it would take them 20 years to rebuild what they have. The only way you can negotiate with these people is strength, and the is military strength. And that's what we've done. And I mean, literally 2 days ago, we had a deal, and then they broke it at the last moment when we broke it.
Will these strikes continue?
They'll continue until I say it's enough.
The beatings will continue until morale improves.
They've been, you know, the word the military likes to use is degrade. They've been degraded to a very low level. And they have fight. You know, it's like a great boxer. You think you have him beat, and then all of a sudden he comes back and he gives you a shot. They have some fight left, but they don't have much. And the weapon degrading has been incredible at the level. Nobody thought it was possible to do it this quickly.
You posted today on Truth Social comments that you made back in 1988 about Kharg Island. And at the time you said, 1 bullet shot at one of our men or ships, and I'd do a number on Kharg Island, I'd go in and take it.
Yeah.
Do you still intend to take Kharg Island?
I can't say that to you because if I did, it would be foolish, right? But it'd be nice to make a little headlines, but it would be foolish. But I'll tell you about Kharg Island. So we've already...
Are you ruling out a ground campaign in a limited capacity?
I don't want a ground campaign, but we have other people that will do the ground campaign for us. But we already hit Kharg Island, as you know, twice. Even 3 times. I said, hit everything but the oil. Just leave that little area from 25 yards out. Leave that little area. Don't touch the oil. Because I don't want that in terms of the world economy. It's a chunk of the world economy. So we haven't hit that. At some point we could. But I think it's unlikely. As far as taking it is concerned, if we degrade them far enough and deep enough back, I would do that.
Do you anticipate that the strikes were seen this week against Iran will end? Are you interested in hitting targets or other locations inside of Iran?
I'll save the energy targets for last, but ultimately we'll hit energy targets, yeah. But we're going to hit them very hard tonight. We're going to hit them very hard tomorrow night. We're going to hit them very hard the night after. And then next week it gets really bad for them because next week comes the power plants. Next week comes the bridges. We're going to knock out all their power plants. We're going to knock out all their bridges unless they get to the table and negotiate.
Do you believe the Iranians are serious about making a deal?
I think they have no choice.
Why haven't they yet?
I think if I didn't do the way I'm doing, they would never make a deal. They would have never made a deal with Obama. That deal was the worst deal. What they did sign was a worthless piece of paper. What they signed with Obama was a worthless piece of paper that was a road to a nuclear weapon. And what I have is a wall. There will be no nuclear weapon. I'll never sign. And when you listed the three things, by far the most important, they will not have a nuclear weapon.
Take me back to the moment before February 28th, when you made the decision to launch Operation Epic Fury. Was there a specific piece of intelligence that made you decide to launch this operation?
Well, it was specific in the sense that it just never stops, and they're going to go forward, and they wanted a nuclear weapon. We knew they wanted a nuclear weapon. If they have a nuclear weapon, Israel wouldn't be here. Look,
they said they didn't want a nuclear weapon.
Well, they say that. Everything they say is a lie. They lie. I've never seen anything like it. They also come out and they'll tell you we never discussed nuclear, and we're in a room for 5 hours. That's all we discussed. And they'll walk out and say, nuclear was not discussed. Everything was discussed ad nauseum. They were going to have a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks. Had we not done the B-2 bombers, had we not bombed their nuclear sites, their 3 nuclear sites, and there's another one we're looking at right now, as you know.
Pickaxe now.
Yeah, we're looking at Pickaxe because somebody said there's a little activity. You know, we have cameras, Space Force, we have cameras that are, they can read the badge, they can read your name, probably Mohammed. They can read your name on a badge from space. And every area of Pickaxe, but the other 3 are covered.
But specifically on
if they make any move, we immediately go and do whatever we have to do. But they haven't. They were so decimated.
Some weapons experts say that the United States doesn't have the ability to strike deep enough with these bunker buster bombs at Pickaxe Mountain.
They can go deep. We have good stuff. Nobody knows about Pickaxe. By the way, nobody knows if they even are doing anything in Pickaxe. It's just something that comes up. We have cameras on it. There's very little activity there. But if there's even just a small amount, we'll hit it, and we'll hit it hard.
I want to ask you about the Telegon facility. It's outside of Tehran, and it was hit in U.S. strikes previously. These are satellite images from June and July.
Okay.
And on June 22nd, you can see activity at this site.
Yeah.
And then on July 7th, there is movement. There are trucks and cranes, and in that image, freshly poured concrete.
Right.
What do these images say to you?
What I'm hearing is that they put, and what they've watched it, that they poured concrete to close up the entrances so we couldn't get into it. So that's what they're saying. But we can hit that one very easily. You know, it only takes a matter of minutes for us to do it and do major damage. And when they know it's coming, they disappear. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm seeing here.
And sir, on Monday, you announced that the United States is reimposing the U.S. blockade of Iranian ports.
Started now.
Shipping data trackers indicate that just 10 vessels passed through the Strait of Hormuz on Monday. Less than 10% of what normally...
Pause. I was waiting for this to come up. I have a report for you from the Strait of Hormuz 1 hour ago on Wednesday morning. This is 1 hour ago. It's in English. It's in Farsi, translated with English captions by yours truly, Towel. Let's listen. Before we continue with Mr. President Trump's interview, this is 1 hour ago from the Strait of Hormuz.
امروزه خلیج فارس تنها خروش طبیعت نیست بلکه خروش غیرت ایرانی در ایجاد نظمی جدید و اعمال حاکمیت بر تنگه هرمز هست. تنگه هرمز همچنان به دستور ایران و نیروی دریایی سپاه بر روی همه شناورها بسته است و کشتی هایی که بخواهند به صورت غیر قانونی از این تنگه عبور کنند مجازات میشن. در 24 ساعت گذشته دست کم 2 کشتی که قصد داشتند به صورت غیر قانونی و بدون هماهنگی ایران از تنگه هرمز عبور کنند با شلیک اخطار نیروی دریایی سپاه هدف قرار گرفته و متوقف شدن. در واقع این نتیجه شرارت‌ها و مداخله‌های ارتش متجاوز آمریکا و دولت تروریستی آمریکا در مدیریت تنگه هرمز هست. نهاد مدیریت آبراه خلیج فارس در جدیدترین و آخرین گزارش خودش در شبکه اجتماعی ایکس اعلام کرده که پس از امضای تفاهمنامه اسلام آباد و تا پیش از تنش آفرینی آمریکا در تنگه هرمز، بیش از 200 کشتی خارجی با هماهنگی ایران از این آبراه حیاتی عبور کرد. اما همکنون تنگه هرمز بسته است و همینطور که میبینید کشتی ها متوقف شدند و در لنگرگاه های مختلف تنگه هرمز، خلیج فارس و دریای عمان هیچ حرکتی انجام نمیدن و در حال نزدیک شدن به تنگه هرمز نیستند. نکته دیگر این که طرح اقدام راهبردی تامین امنیت و پیشرفت پایدار تنگه هرمز و خلیج فارس در مجلس شورای اسلامی اعلام وصول شده. طرحی که شامل موضوعات مختلفی هست، از جمله تامین امنیت ناوبری، دریافت هزینه خدمات تردد، مسائل زیست محیطی و اعمال حاکمیت ایران بر تنگه هرمز. قرار هست که این طرح در مجلس شورای اسلامی ابتدا تصویب و پس از تایید شورای نگهبان برای اجرا ابلاغ بشه. این بود گزارشی از آخرین تحولات و رویدادهای مربوط به تنگه هرمز.
Okay. Well, that's what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz. All right, I translate that myself. Let's go back now to Mr. President's interview. After you heard, now this interview with Mr. President is 10 hours outdated. There is no movement on the southern route at all right now. I just looked at the ship data. Zero. Zilch. Nada. There is not a single ship right now moving through the southern route near Oman.
It goes through this critical waterway. When you say the strait is open, what do you mean?
It's open if people want to go through it. We're not opening it for Iran. That's the only one it's closed for. It's closed for Iran both in and out, but it's open now. A lot of things have happened, Trey, in the last few months. Pipelines are being built. We're coming up with great alternatives, including Texas, including Alaska.
You've called the new leader.
Breaking per sources on the ground in Tehran. Quote, this is from Shin, who's very accurate. Although they're anti-IRGC, but they're very accurate. Eyewitnesses tell Shin, who's a very accurate Iranian source, the VELAYAT barracks, 5 minutes ago, this is literally happening right now, the Velayat barracks in Abbas Abad of Tehran are being evacuated from personnel. This is in central Tehran right now. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on Towel Alert. The Velayat barracks in Abbas Abad of central Tehran is being evacuated of IRGC personnel. So the account's name. So some people on X are have good Persian sources, but they're anti-IRGC. This is one of those accounts. His name is Shin. That's just his account name. He's very accurate. Him and Vahid are very accurate. Vahid's more down the middle. Shin is very anti-IRGC. So he has a lot of sources in Iran that don't love the regime. So he's definitely not in Iran or he would be dead. I don't know who Shin is. I don't want to know who Shin is. All I know is he's very accurate. So whatever's going on in central Tehran, we're on Towel Red Alert. If they hit Tehran, anything's a go. I swear to you.
In Iran, a changed regime. Do you still believe that?
Well, I knew the first group for a little while, and they were evil, and they're no longer with us. I knew the second group also a little bit better, and they were evil, and they're no longer with us. And the third group, they have some bad ones in there, some very bad ones in there.
Just some?
And I think they're the ones that are stopping a deal.
So are you negotiating with the wrong people?
Well, now I don't want to negotiate now. I said, let's not negotiate. 3 days ago, we had a deal.
When was the last time you spoke with an Iranian official?
Well, not me, but let's say my representatives. I have spoken to them, but my representatives over the course of, an hour ago.
And what message was delivered?
They want to make a deal, but every time they make a deal, they break it. They don't want to die. People don't want to die. Yeah, about an hour ago.
And what message was delivered?
You better make a deal. You're not going to have anybody left. We're being very careful with the civilian population, as you know, but I said, you better make a deal. You're not going to have anything left.
And you think they will?
They should. I don't know if they will or not.
Sir, thank you for speaking with Fox News.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
President Trump also spoke about the investigation into the Manab school strike, his relationship with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and broader topics, including the war in Ukraine. We will have updates throughout the day tomorrow on Fox News.
What is he doing? I don't understand what Mr. President's doing. Speaking of the war in Ukraine, though, let's just take a reset, and I will show you some scenes from the Balaklava thermal power plant that was hit. It's a Russian, I think it's in Russian-occupied Crimea. I don't know. Here is the footage. It was hit by Ukraine. Maybe it's in Russian territory itself. I don't know where this power plant is. But Ukraine destroyed it. I can tell you that. That is certainly a thermal power plant burning down. That was the result of Ukrainian strikes. Alright, now I'm going to take you to Hermel in southern Lebanon, where a gas tanker exploded near a army barracks. I don't believe it's a security incident, but you never know. This is South Lebanon, about 10 minutes ago. I told you, if an explosion of anything happens anywhere on Earth, I'm probably going to have a video of it. I think you should run away from that, sir. That seems very dangerous. This is right now. You can see, I hope this man ran away, because I think that fire got a lot bigger. So, that's not good. I don't think it's the result of a security incident, but it's still very bad. I showed you the report from the Strait of Hormuz. Now, let me show you the southern route right now. This is the Strait of Hormuz traffic right now. Little bit of traffic through the northern route. Oh, interesting. A lot of spoofing. Nobody's actually going in here. There's mines. A lot of traffic on the northern route. No traffic on the southern route. Oh, I see what happens. So there was some traffic kind of deciding to go up here, and then it just stops. Now there's a bunch of ships holding. Did they actually stop the flow of traffic? Let's watch. So nobody's really using the southern route. Okay, this is the U.S. corridor. Some ships, I mean very small amount. So when is this? This is yesterday into today. Very small amount of ships are using the northern route. Even the ships that approach the southern route go up here. This is probably spoofing. There's a lot of mines here. No one is actually driving in the middle. Some of them approach the south and then go north and then kind of dock up here in Iranian waters. Some of them transit the northern route. Okay, that's the Iranian route. None, and then at a certain point within the last like hour or two, this is the last one to go through. And then let's see, what about this one? Yeah, that one's going to make it through, but it reduces drastically. So there was no traffic in the southern route, at least in that capture over the past 4 to 5 hours. There was some traffic in the northern route, but that slowed to a crawl. Now I'll show you satellite imagery of Abdallah Port in Kuwait, which was destroyed after an Iranian attack with Shahed drones that I showed you footage of. This part, well, the port wasn't completely destroyed, but this building was taken out right here. First image, this is intact. Second image, it's gone. So that was the Iranian strike last night. This is what I wanted to show you. So here is the updated footage from the 13th and 14th of July showing the cessation of traffic in the Strait of Hormuz. You're looking at a very fast run through. And you can see all the crossings are at the northern route. None in the southern route. None at all. So this is Iran's route. This is the U.S. route. There is no traffic down here. Again, U.S. route, Iran route. This guy, he went right through the middle. I don't know what that guy is. That's crazy. He must have been guided by the IRGC. There's mines in there. That's sub-traffic, submarine traffic underneath. Everyone is using the northern route. This is Kepler data, by the way. Everyone's using the northern route. And just want to show you again. Mr. President was not right. There is not a single vessel that has transited the southern route. Some did approach the southern route, but every one of them, even the ones that approached, we saw these two before, they went up north. One of them tried to approach the middle and gave up. Most of them go north. So I think you can go here with Iran's permission, probably China. You can go up here if you pay the toll, okay? Because Iran knows where the mines are. They can lead you through it. This guy got through the minefield. This one got through the minefield. The rest of them all go up to the northern route and pay the Iranian toll. Every single one of them. Look at these two. They just go right. They go right up north. This one gives up. He's like circling, waiting for permission. Then he goes through this one too. You can see it in real time. It's crazy. So yeah, I mean the data doesn't lie. People, I listen to what each side says, but I'm looking for the real-time footage on the ground. Here is the strike on the Chabahar Maritime Watchtower, the second in a week. Showing you the results of the damage. Oh my God! How did he know? Whoa. It's incredible that he managed to get. I don't know how he knew. He must have heard the jet. Whoa. I think even he cussed. That's the Chabahar Maritime Watchtower. My name is Grant Smith Ellis.
دقیق همه بون برجه جد جته توار بچه دی بچه یام یکی دیگه زوارتی.
Very intense footage there from Chabahar. Now here's the latest statement from CENTCOM. The U.S. CENTCOM completed a morning round of strikes against Iran at 7:30 Eastern on July 15th. CENTCOM launched precision munitions against coastal defense systems and cruise missile storage and launch sites on Greater Tunab Island during the 90-minute wave. The strikes further degraded Iran's ability to attack commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Here's the footage. Iran's new wave is called Operation Nasser 2, NASR. Okay, and then I'm going to play you the statement from the IRGC. So that was CENTCOM's statement. Now I have a statement from the IRGC to the people of Jordan, which was released 6 hours ago.
Conversation. Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Dear Jordanian people, at dawn today, and following the renewal of the evil acts perpetrated by the murderous United States Army against our people, in response to the crimes of the Great Satan that are mostly committed using American bases located on Jordanian soil. The Mujahideen of the Aerospace Force affiliated with the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps carried out a counterattack on the American base in Al-Azraq, in the sixth wave of Operation True Promise 2, under the banner of Oh God, Oh God. Oh God, and they destroyed the headquarters of F-15, F-16, and F-35 fighter aircraft, and destroyed a number of American strategic drones present at this base. The sacred land of Jordan is the cradle of the prophets, and not a place for occupiers and international criminals. The Islamic nation's expectation from you, O noble and brave people who have witnessed more directly than any other nation the crimes of the United States and Israel against oppressed Palestine, is that you end the presence of the great Satan's army on your lands. And that you do not allow this sacred land to be a launching point for aggressive attacks on the territories of Islamic countries and the injustice inflicted upon the Palestinian people. Do not miss any opportunity to destroy American institutions and to expel the occupying American army from Jordan. Land of the Prophet Lot. The Guard has...
So that was the statement from Iran to the people of Jordan confirming their overnight hits. Now, I want to breathe for a second because I would like to find out if this trial is going to be covered. We won't know until literally the trial is called. If it does, I'm going to switch over to cover that, and I will keep an eye on the war. Whether there's going to be an impending strike in Tehran, I'm not really sure. Whether there's going to be an Iranian retaliation for the bombings that just took place through 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, I don't know. I'm going to keep a very close eye on it, though. We actually have a live camera in Tehran, although it would be exceptionally, actually, I can't say it would be exceptionally out of the blue, because Mr. President Trump just made a number of threats to Iran that are very disconcerting. Want to breathe for a second. Might eat for a little bit. I do want to cover this trial, though. I think I've got you fully caught up. I think you now understand why we are at the precipice of an escalation. Whether the escalation takes the form of an Iranian preemptive strike, well, it wouldn't even be preemptive since they just got bombed, but whether it takes the form of an Iranian preemptive strike, some kind of American escalatory strike, it's going to happen. I don't know when, but I think I've sufficiently caught you up on what led to this latest round of very intense fighting. Hello, Marsha, my dear friend. Hello, all of you. It is so good to see you. Trying to think what I would like to do. I think it's not even what I would like to do. I just need to find out, and it's in no one's control, what is going to happen when this court hearing begins. Because if it's going to be streamed, I'm going to take the pool feed from Law Girls Not Attorneys, but I will start a separate feed for that. I think that's the best way to do this. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you very much for joining me this morning on Towel News. Here is another statement from the IRGC. This was from yesterday, and if you're wondering, they're calling it Operation Victory 2, but that just might be how it's translated to the English. I think it's like a follow-up to the first wave of, like, the first 100 waves.
Conversation.
Like Operation
Urgent.
True Promise 2.
Urgent. Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, O brave and steadfast Iranian people, the fighters of the Navy and Space Force affiliated with the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, in the third wave of Operation Victory 2, under the banner of Hossein al-Abidin, peace be upon him, and in honor of the people, destroyed several weapons storage depots and severed hostile ships and aircraft in the Sheikh Issa base in Bahrain, in a synchronized operation using missiles and drones hours ago. They also attacked the MQ-9 drone launch platform belonging to the enemy at the Ali al-Salem base in Kuwait, resulting in the destruction of several aircraft or damage to them. The response in kind and punishment of the aggressors will continue as long as America's crimes continue, and if these aggressions are repeated, they will face surprise responses. As long as America's evil acts in the region continue, not a single drop of oil or gas will be exported from the region, and these transgressions will only delay the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz.
Okay. Now I also have a video published by the Blood Guardians, the Iraqi resistance. Okay. This is Harakat al-Nujab. Okay. This was published yesterday. I published this so people can keep an eye on what these various groups are saying. This is published by the Iraqi resistance yesterday.
Well, that is rather wayward. Mbappe most definitely hit it with a lot of venom and little control. It carried hardly any danger. This is Lewandowski. He's got plenty of space out wide here. He is through here. Chance! Goal! Barcelona!
Uh-oh. Alright, so that's not a good sign. This was from yesterday, but I just want to be clear, that's not a good sign. That's not a good sign. That at the end there. First of all, they're stepping up their propaganda videos. And that was higher production quality than we're used to. Although the Blood Guardians have always had higher production quality than most of the other resistance groups. So, the other interesting insight there is, well, they're kind of sending the same message Hezbollah is saying, which is, like, we're just waiting for the go. Which, I mean, frankly, that's exactly what I was expecting. I was analyzing. The Bumpar barracks in Iranshar was hit with 13 missiles, and 7 people were killed overnight. Here are their names. This was in Iran.
Conversation. Translated from Persian. The army announced the names of 7 martyrs from the US missile attack on the Bampur barracks. Martyrs Farshad Alavi, Reza Shafiei, Ali Reza Qasemi, Hossein Jafari, Abbas Hassan Shahi, Abbas Hosmodini, and Abulfazl Malay.
That was from INSA. So, I don't know what Iran is going to do. Only a matter of time. But there's no doubt in my mind that this has reached a precipice. Oh, we should check the Law Girls feed. Hold on 1 second. I want to see if this trial is going to be covered. Hold. Should be going live soon. Hold on, is it live? Hold on. If it does go live, I might just kind of pop in and out. We'll see. It takes a long time to do jury selection in district court. Oh, God bless her. So Law Girls is there. She's waiting outside Attleboro District Court, waiting to get in. This is a relatively interesting witness intimidation trial. I'll probably start a new stream, because a trial, this is not a motion hearing, it's a trial. If the trial actually starts, I will cover the whole trial wall to wall. I'll probably be the only one who does it. But if you want to watch that and we have a pool feed, I will start a new stream. I can't promise you, though, that once I start that stream, there's not going to be a development in the war that's going to force me to, rightfully cover that. So, with, a district court jury trial on a felony is weird. So I don't even know what this is going to look like. Most of these plea, it's very odd. Apparently would a plea couldn't happen or something? It's very odd for there not to be a plea. That's the only thing I can infer from the fact that there's a jury trial on a felony in a district court case. But I want to cover that. But I cannot promise you, barring what I'm seeing right now, in light of what I'm seeing right now in Tehran and what America just did, that I'm not going to have to cover the war. So we got to manage expectations. But I am monitoring right now. Law Girls, who's the pool feed today, is at Attleboro District Court. Now, you might say, this is very interesting. Oh, especially if you are from Massachusetts, that's true. If you're from, the Middle East, you might be saying, Grant, when you talk about the state police corruption, I can kind of understand, When you're talking about a felony district court case in Attleboro, first of all, I don't know what Attleboro is. It sounds nice. Are there cactuses there? No. It's just kind of, I don't know how to describe Attleboro. It's towny. It's very small. People there like flavored vapes and go to Rhode Island to buy them. I don't know. That's the best way I can describe it. It's not bad. It's just kind of small. Oh, the Dina Warshall. Thank you so much. God bless you. God bless you, Dina. Thank you for your support of Tauchi. I will say this. One thing it's kind of like this with every court hearing. The courts in Massachusetts are accessible. They're normally prompt. It's normally easy to do pool feed coverage. But recently, it's kind of like show up, hope that the judge that day is okay with you doing a pool feed, and then you do a pool feed. So I'm also monitoring quite closely right now to see if there will be a round of Iranian retaliation for the most recent round of American strikes that just hit in the south of Iran no more than an hour ago. I'm monitoring quite closely. There is an eerie sort of stillness to it all, isn't there? Just kind of for the intensity of it all, it's just kind of oddly quiet. The resistance groups in particular, they haven't done anything. Tiffany Bob says, quick info on KP for those who don't know with her, who her is. Oh yes, Tiffany Bob, if we actually cover the trial, if it starts, if there's not some weird, situation, and also thank you for becoming a member again. You can enjoy your towel emojis. You got one of the special member emojis because you've been a member for a while. That's wonderful. If we start coverage of that trial, yes. But right now, we reached the top of the hour, so I'm going to hang out with you. I have updated you on every single attack that occurred from yesterday to today, and now I'm monitoring to see if there will be an Iranian response to the American attacks that just took place. I don't have any footage for you yet of the most recent strikes, except for what I showed you from CENTCOM within the last 30 minutes. I'm also a Tayatao. Alright, let me watch the YouTube. Let's see what's going on. I would very much like this hearing to be covered, though. I really would. Listen, I know not everyone will want to see coverage of a criminal hearing, but, speaking of that, let me give you my thoughts on yesterday to round this out. Oh, and I'm going to be interviewed on Justice Served tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern, so I got to take a nap at some point in the afternoon, or I'm not going to be able to do that interview. But do consider watching that. It's going to be excellent. There's something I want to show you, some of my footage, actually. I was at Federal District Court yesterday. I was covering a Karen Reed federal hearing. So I'll let Reporter Towel explain to you what was going on, then I'll show you some of the footage of the various parties arriving, and then I'll talk you through what I thought happened. So here's Reporter Towel. Would you be so kind as to update the good people as to what happened yesterday at Boston Federal Court? Thank you, Reporter Towel.
From Federal Court in Boston, my name is Grant Smith Ellis with Towel News, where we have just walked out of the John O'Keefe, Karen Reed versus Ham defendants, Higgins, Albert, McCabe, and Brian Tully and Michael Proctor and Yuri Buchanan hearing just completed. Now, we were here on a combined motion to dismiss hearing, both for Brian Tully, the state police detective lieutenant who was in charge of the state police unit that investigated Karen Reed, who was eventually acquitted for John O'Keefe's death in 2025, in June of 2025. Brian Tully's state police unit, which also worked for Norfolk DA Michael Morrissey. So the first matter we were here on was Brian Tully's combined individual motion to dismiss under the anti-SLAPP statute, and then also under Rule 12b-6 of the Rules of Federal Procedure for failure to state a claim. Now, Tully's lawyer, I was in the courtroom when Chief Judge Denise Casper took the bench at about 3 p.m. Eastern. Now, Judge, interestingly, immediately called Higgins, Albert, and McCabe the House defendants from the jump, from the very beginning, and then kept calling them the House defendants throughout the hearing. Now, in the front row behind the lawyers were Brian Albert to the far, Brian Albert to the far left, and then in the middle was next to him was Jen McCabe, then Chris Albert, then Nicole Albert, and then Matt McCabe, I believe. And then behind Brian Albert was Yuri Buchanan, Michael Proctor, Brian Tully, Karen Reed, all not in attendance. As the hearing began, I'll take a look at my notes here. Yes, I am outside Federal District Court doing this by hand, although I could have had some help if I wanted it. Tully's lawyer began by arguing that the probable cause found by the state grand jury insulated the Tully from liability for a malicious prosecution claim. Judge challenged this claim and said that's not really a legal standard, it's more just a rule. Tully's lawyer then argued that his client, Brian Tully, didn't really know anything about any misconduct or prosecutorial abuses or otherwise until February of 2024, at which point Chief Judge Casper asked Tully's lawyer about supervisory liability. Judge says the plaintiff, Karen here, alleges a bias during the investigation, and Judge wanted to know from Tully's lawyer why that wasn't enough to meet the plausibility standard. Tully's lawyer says even if Karen can meet that burden, these were acts that were discovered, these were discretionary acts that were protected by the Massachusetts Tort Claims Act. So Tully's discretion as a law enforcement officer insulates him on the malicious prosecution claim. Judge jumps in and says, but wait a minute, on the tort claims, on the intentional tort claims, the non-negligence claims, does that standard from the Massachusetts Tort Claims Act even apply? And this really hurt Tully's lawyer because he didn't really know how to respond. He actually ducked that question and responded by telling Chief Judge Casper that he kind of reiterated that Karen just substituted Tully's name in for the name for the names of other parties that she had pled against. Now, at that point, Tully's lawyer started talking about the Ashcroft case in regards to supervisory liability and said that even if this were an example of reckless negligence from Tully, it's just not enough to overcome the standard imposed on the court in the Ashcroft case. And then Tully's lawyer also noted when Tully found out about this conduct, he acted, according to Tully's lawyer. Whether that's the truth, how long Tully knew about Michael Proctor's misconduct and horrific text messages and otherwise is unclear. Karen Reed's lawyer then stepped up and reiterated the factual basis for Tully's knowledge of the prosecutorial misconduct. Judge wanted to know a little bit more about the facts establishing prosecutorial supervisory liability for Tully, at which point Karen's lawyer said that Tully stood by while Proctor did nothing to actually investigate the House defendants for the death of John O'Keefe, as I go through my notes by hand. At that point, hold on one second. At that point, Tuxby, who's the lawyer for the House defendants, yes, I do have handwritten notes, by the way. Tuxby, the lawyer for the Ham defendants, then got up And it was at that point that the argument for the second motion to dismiss, which was a joint motion under the anti-SLAPP statute and the 12b6 standard from the Ham defendants to dismiss Karen's claim. So Tully and Karen's lawyers finish up doing their argument, and then the Ham lawyer gets up and begins arguing his two-pronged motion to dismiss. The Ham lawyers referred to the defendants as citizen defendants and explained to Chief Judge Casper that the Ham parties testified to a grand jury, and he also then went on to argue that the anti-SLAPP statute applies in federal court, and that further Karen did not sufficiently allege a plausible allegation under 12b6, and therefore the case should be dismissed. Now, this really narrowed in on judges' questions. Really narrowed in on the extent of petitioning activity. What is petitioning activity? Were the Ham defendants really petitioning their government with all of their statements? And then, really, what was fascinating about Judge Casper's insight is it really boiled down at the end of the arguments, as Karen's lawyer started to get up and talk about whether a citizen could initiate, in the form of joint state action through discussing with a state police officer, a prosecution. If a citizen, this is my analysis of the hearing, if a private citizen under the case law can initiate a prosecution or an arrest by conspiring or cooperating or discussing with law enforcement officers, then the Ham defendants are in a very difficult position, because one of their primary arguments was that they were not actually acting in a capacity to encourage the prosecutors or the state cops to arrest Karen. If Chief Judge Casper finds that they were, then they face an almost untenable burden to survive a motion to dismiss. Now, one of the lawyers, Lenny Keston from Brody Arduins, Bergenson Keston, who was representing Yuri Buchanan, who didn't even have a motion being heard today. It was only Brian Tully and the Ham defendants. That lawyer, Lenny Keston, for Yuri Buchanan, did give some comments outside of court and let some of the press know, that he didn't expect this case to be fully dismissed at this stage via the motions to dismiss from Tully or from the Ham defendants under anti-SLAPP or 12b6. That I thought was interesting. The Ham defendants didn't really have a lot of comments on the way out of court. Neither did Karen's lawyers, and it was very interesting, I will say, to watch Brian Albert, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, Chris Albert, and I think Nicole Albert walk into court. It was the first time I had really filmed them and looked them in the eye over the past few months since everything had went down. The vibes were intense. It was dark, very dark vibes, and they give off this very, don't mess with us energy. I don't know, I just stuck the camera and did what I needed to do. My name's Grant Smith Ellis from Towel News. Judge Casper said we should have a decision. She needs to take some time to really study the case law, find out whether a new Supreme Court decision from January of 2026 from Delaware related to pre-trial motions that require affidavits that the judge has to take into consideration, like under the anti-SLAPP statute in Massachusetts, whether that ruling means that the federal court can't even hear an anti-SLAPP motion. Because remember, the anti-SLAPP is not a federal law, it's a state law. Federal courts can apply state law, but only under certain circumstances. So we'll wait for a decision on that issue from Chief Judge Casper. We'll wait for a decision from Chief Judge Casper on these two motions to dismiss from the Ham plaintiffs and from Brian Tully. And my name is Grant Smith Ellis for Towel News, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis for more. Thank you for listening. That was the summary, and it really did take almost 10 minutes to explain to you what happened during the 1 hour long hearing. Also, that's Boozy Beauty, and that's Esty, and that's Julie, craziest person on earth, and that's Jason. So, yeah, say hi. You're in the video. There you go.
What's up, everybody?
All right, so that was a pretty good report. I think I covered most of what I wanted to cover. The weirdest part of the hearing was when Tuxby, who was the lawyer for the House defendants, gets up there and is like, listen, none of these people ever said to anyone that Karen Read killed John O'Keefe. my jaw dropped. I was tired. I was getting sleepy. But at that point, I woke right up. It was like 4 in the afternoon. It was hot. It was like hazy outside. It was oppressive. The air quality was brutal. There were some big ships outside the courthouse. That was kind of nice. But anyway, my point is, it was like being in like a tornado outside with the wind. I don't know how they had to like moor the ships to like the side of the like Boston Harbor to protect them. But my point is, yeah, it was a little strange. I heard from a courtroom observer that 2 specific people from that group of witnesses, the ones at the front, the House defendants, were kind of looking over a towel, and that made me interested because I have some thoughts. And then I got some other things I want to say. Not right now. There will be a time for that, a time and a place. And in that regard, I was thinking a little bit, about how how do I want to phrase this? Let's just look at some of the videos, okay? So I was, outside court, and I was there when each person arrived. Here's the arrival of Brian Albert, Chris Albert, Matt McCabe, Nicole Albert, and Jen McCabe on Towelvision. Oh, thank you, Marsha. Boozy is wonderful. She does great work. She was taking notes. She was covering things. She was great. I saw a little of her report on the hearing. She did a great job, explaining what happened inside. I did a quick 10-minute overview. I can't capture an hour-long hearing in 10 minutes. She did a great job, though. That was Nicole Albert. So the first man that walked by was Brian Albert. That vibe, it was dark. I mean, I'm just telling you, it was dark. It was I couldn't see his eyes. I need to see the eyes to get into the soul. But the aura was just dark. It reminded me of the man who came into my home. It wasn't Brian Albert, obviously, but it reminded me of the aura on the dude who came into my home when I was live streaming one time. It was projected out, just very radiant darkness, and I was like, oh God. And I'm a very light person, I kind of radiate just love, and it was a battle. It was a little bit of a spiritual battle, and I stood tall. All right. So now, you can see Chris Albert. He's kind of side-eyeing. I don't know if it's me or the people behind me or whatever. It might have been he was looking at John Hall, because John Hall from 7 News was next to me. Now I knew there were more people coming, so this cameraman stays on Brian Albert and Chris Albert. But I knew that Nicole Albert. I think that's Nicole Albert. I don't know who she is. Never talked to her. Never met her. Anyway, so she apparently changed her hair. She's blonde now. I didn't know she wasn't blonde before. Somebody pointed out in the comments she's now blonde. Her vibe is a little weird. Now, this is Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe. Now, he's a defense contractor. He runs a company called Elevate or something, and he runs he first of all does contracting for the 805th Shadow Squadron out at Nellis. All right, they do kill chain latency work. So for the Air Force, I don't know what his company's doing for them. It's complicated. I can only imagine. But he also sets up joint operational fusion centers for Congress and other government entities. So he seems to be, I can't confirm it, but I think he's the guy that probably set up a lot of the monitoring of Karen and Aiden and a lot of the private intel apparatus surrounding all this. It seems to be him. He's got money. It's just Occam's razor, in my opinion. He's got money. He's got government connections. He's got a security clearance, and he contracts out operational fusion centers for high-level government officials. So, bro, I mean, what is a fusion center but just bringing intelligence together, real-time intelligence, and facilitating its distribution? So, yeah, that's why this has such odd vibes. Civilians don't run private intelligence operations. They don't. That's for, first of all, it's mostly like retired cops. And then at the very highest levels, it's spooks with security clearances. Because what do you think spying is? What do you think? There's like levels of spying. There's like the local police monitoring you because you're doing bad things. Then there's the state police monitoring you because you're doing bad things. Then there's the feds monitoring you because you're doing bad things. Those can all happen in a silo. Then there's joint operational task forces that operate with fusion centers, like the BRICS, the Boston Regional Intelligence Center, that all share intelligence to monitor you. It was part of post 9/11 reforms. And that's that man right there. And they all look like that. They all think they're so unassuming. But what gives them away, in my opinion, I'm speaking generally, like I know the type. I've been around government a long time. And it doesn't impress me. I'm sorry. I'm thrilled that, like, if you help America and you're in government, I'm thrilled. Like, I revere the position you're in, not you as a person, but the position. But if you're just like a defense contractor or a fucking, I don't know, I run into government people all the time. They think they own the ground they walk on. That's great. With your staff, you want to act that way. I think it's jerkish to do that, but I can't control you. You won the election or whatever. But with like government contractors, they carry this like vibe. Like they're well fed, they know people, and they know things that other people don't know and aren't allowed to know. So they walk like they own the ground they walk on, but it's different than like an Alan Jackson swagger. People who do PR walk with a certain kind of swagger because they own the narrative. Owning the narrative is not real power. Fame is a degraded form of power. Okay, wealthy people have a code. Okay, the real power brokers. Your name should be in the paper twice, maybe 3 times. When you're born, when you're married, when you die. Okay, that's real power. People who are famous can be powerful, but they will never be as powerful as the people who aren't famous but have control. Okay, fame is a degraded form of power. But when you master PR, public relations, when you are a true master of it, you will have a swagger akin to someone like a defense contractor, because you will have risen. People don't understand public relations as a discipline, and it constantly frustrates me. We might have to actually license PR people, because I've started initial talks, okay, very initial talks about this. I don't want to go too into detail, but my point is, I think we have to think about licensing PR professionals, public relation professionals, because it's being abused right now. What PR actually is, and what private intelligence actually is, they work hand in hand. Think about old Hollywood, okay? Who do you think the most powerful guy in Hollywood was? You think it was the guy who ran MGM? No. Charlie Chaplin just opened his own studio. Lunatics ran the asylum. You know who the most powerful men in Hollywood were? The people who had the tapes and the secret audio recordings and who followed people around. Where do you think paparazzi came from? All right, it's all tied in together. That's by analogy. Government intelligence is even more intense than Hollywood intelligence. Let me tell you that right now. The name of the game is twofold. It's PR and PI work together. If you do that, you have a fusion center, okay? Fusion centers don't need PR because ideally they're clandestinely operating, but if they do, for whatever reason, get dragged out into the public, or they need to fight like a propaganda war, mostly this would be done in the context of like fighting the Khmer Rouge or like the Viet Cong, when you want to like degrade civilian like faith in a like government that you want to overthrow. You would use psychological warfare coupled with intelligence in order to destabilize movement politics. That's the name of the game. That's what intelligence is. That's what CONTELAPRO was back in the day. That's what modern intel is, okay? Disrupt, disorganize, destroy. And furthermore, if you're working in the government, the highest echelons, you have a specific edict. You need to preserve the existing social, cultural, and political structure of the U.S. It's in the literal foundations of the U.S. intelligence community. As such, you have to think about a little bit what real power means. You having people watching you is not power. That I know people like think that fame is power. It's not. I need to tell you, it's very vacuous. You can't. It's useless. It's not actually a instrument of power. It's an instrument of control. How many famous people do you know actually have control over their own lives? Very few. Because fame is vainglory, fundamentally, but it's also a distraction. The difference between fame and power is that in the context of fame, you are chained. Unless you somehow liberate yourself, which doesn't really exist because you are in debt to somebody for something. Unless you're like some just guy who's very like academically talented and like kind of became a class traitor against the aristocracy, maybe you could pull it off. But on the whole, you're chained if you're famous. Even moderately famous, you're controlled. Likewise, politicians, you're bankrolled, controlled. That's one form of control. Power, you have the sword of Damocles hanging over your head. Power is not the same battle as fame. They're both very similar, but power is a mix of managing PR and managing intelligence. Power is knowledge. Knowledge is power, but it's not the way that you think. When you know more and when you know it quicker than everyone else around you, you are in charge because you see everything before people know what's going on. And that is a combination of one, private intelligence or intelligence gathering, whether it's public or private, and then second, managing the narrative about that intelligence so that the public can understand it. Most people do not do that benevolently. First of all, most people don't do that like gratis to begin with. But if you were doing it, and you were doing it for money, if you had those skills, don't you think you'd probably be doing that to subvert public knowledge of something and engage in cover-ups? Yeah, that's what the CIA does. Right? That's how it works. It filters down, okay, some lower level private intel pick up on those tactics, okay? But let me just explain a little bit more. So if the name of the game is gathering intel and then managing the narrative regarding how that intel promulgates into the population because you have it first, hello? The point is to use that intel to move on targets who are threats to national security, okay? Not to manage the public relations, okay, of the intelligence community. And that's why this shit got way out of hand. All of it. Because for whatever reason, people who are in the intelligence community do weird shit. Okay? They all blackmail each other. They get a taste for shit they shouldn't get a taste for, and they do bad shit. And I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I know all about what would happen when a CIA officer would come back in the 60s and 70s. I know what would be waiting for him. That's disgusting. It makes me very sad. I know what Kathy Rubler is up to. Please. My point is she was Obama's White House counsel. She couldn't become Attorney General. And that in 2014. Then she went to Epstein in 2015 in January 8, 2015. She was like, hey, Epstein, what was his name? Brennan gave me the CIA's agency award medal today. Oh, thank you so much, Dina, for becoming a Tao fan. God bless you. And what did Epstein say back a few months later? Oh, can I come to Washington, Kathy Rumler, and see you for some CIA, NSA, and boy stuff? You fucking freaks. It's like a bunch of fucking... Sorry for cussing, but I get mad at people who hurt children. It's like a bunch of weird nerds, okay? Now, librarians really run the world. Don't get it twisted, alright? Librarians run the world, alright? It's like a bunch of weird, sexually repressed nerds got so much information that they became more powerful than governments, and in some cases corporations. And then they used those corporations that they set up to be cover to give people jobs, okay, mostly financial institutions, so that their operatives could do their work. And then they human trafficked. Listen, we got a serious problem with escorts, brothel networks, whatever. It's bad. Stop it. Stop buying prostitutes. Stop it. These people treat humans like slaves. Stop it. It's disgusting what they did. They had this like Sodom and Gomorrah like world hiding in plain sight, and they were enslaving these women and some men. It's over now. It will be no more. They're worried to operate right now. You can tell. They don't know what to do. They're worried that all their restaurants are being monitored, their brothels. They're worried their escorts are being watched by the feds. They're worried there's more victims that are going to come forward. Now listen, I think there's a difference between people who ran this brothel and escort network, the people who patroned it, okay, and the people who were the enforcers. The best I can discern, speaking very broadly, not about anyone in particular, it was a U.S. intelligence, maybe, I think it was actually Russian intelligence. It was a Russian intelligence, maybe a little bit of like U.S. like triple agent work, I don't know. It was a Russian intelligence operation that did this, okay? It ran drugs to finance itself, and it served those drugs to high-end clientele. I think MDMA was probably like their backbone, okay? Like high purity rock molly. That's the best I can discern from looking at the Epstein files. Then, so Epstein was the guy who managed the finances of this all. Think about what he was, dude. He worked the Iran-Contra account at Bear Stearns in '83. Okay, he knew how to hide money. Okay, he like helped rich people run from their taxes, but that was not his business. His business was he was a drug dealer and a human trafficker. Ghislaine Maxwell was the property manager. Okay, Ghislaine Maxwell would scout properties, mostly restaurants, because it's high traffic. You can hide it in plain sight. Nobody questions a bunch of people coming and going from a restaurant, girls hanging out there all night. You wouldn't know, bro. All right? As long as the local police and the state police and the feds are working with you, you're straight. So Maxwell would scout the properties. Stoughton, example, maybe Dedham, maybe Boston. All right, they would just look like restaurants. And out of those restaurants, you could buy high-level drugs, which were all supplied by Epstein's cartel, and then you could also buy girls, okay, from the waitresses. Maybe you could buy the waitresses themselves. I don't know. From what I understand, it wasn't the waitresses. You would order the girl you wanted from the waitress and then go to the back, and there was a suite or a dorm. That's the best I can understand. Now, what made it worse? After they would set this up, because think about it, Maxwell and Epstein can't be in every state at the same time. Dude, you can't run a drug dealing and human trafficking operation like that. You have to run it like a cartel. You put capos in place. You put underbosses there. So they had underbosses who would manage and keep track of the region or whatever. And those were mostly high-level feds or state cops or local cops. And those guys were the ones who kept the pipeline of girls up from the Police Explorers program all around the country. You watch, this is why they're afraid to, they're not afraid. I think they're going to bring them all down. But this is why they're trying to give them a chance to run. They don't want to expose this whole network because it's all 50 states in America. It's the whole world, really. But in America, this was their breeding ground. They were literally, like, instead of just resource stripping us, they were using our bodies, our children, to extract money. And God knows what else. Sexual gratification. God help us all. Thank you, Lisa. God bless you for becoming an A-Towel fan. And let me keep explaining this. So as the cops, right, would be assigned, I believe, to run the regions, the reason they had to do it through the cops and the DAs was because these girls, okay, mostly girls, think about what they are. They're vulnerable children who have been groomed to be sexual slaves for profit by cops most of the time for years and then put into brothel work. Do you think that maybe like they aren't very stable and they might like threaten to go to authorities? All right, you got to have a way to keep them in line. And that's where the cops come in again, because you got to be able to charge them with fake charges. You get it now? And you got to have them, they got to be willing to do hundreds of subpoenas. For example, in the Tiffany Overstreet case, to keep girls like that quiet. Hundreds. They got to put a lot of man hours into that. But guess what? You think that girl has any power to expose the cover-up? My God, it would take someone like Karen Reed to expose that kind of operation. And most people who expose that operation would pay for it with their freedom or their life. Karen Reed's still alive, and she's still free. Same thing with Aiden Carney. Same thing with a lot of these girls. You get out of that world with, you ever seen the 3-dot tattoo, Mi Vida Loca? You get out of that world in 3 ways. Death, prison, or what's the last one? There's one more, I don't remember it, but it's not good. The point is you don't get out. And those girls aren't allowed to leave that world. You must understand. Even when they get pregnant, when they're considered no longer like valuable commodities, they get sold in the brothels. They get sold to street pimps. Okay, let's be realistic. And all these guys enabled it. All of them. The cops who worked with their informants. The Globe has the list. They're going to get it. 827 confidential informants in Massachusetts. 827. I want to know the ones in Norfolk County. I want to know how many women who were confidential informants were actually being human trafficked by cops. And I want to know how many of the confidential informants that were men were being used as pimps to control the women as they fell from the escorting to the brothels to the street level. It's done. It ends now. It either ends now, or the nature of the federal charges are, in my opinion, going to be so horrific that there won't be any trust left in any institution of policing anywhere. And it ends with Brian Tully's state police unit. We've talked about this. Richard Nixon fell on his sword to protect the CIA and Interpen. Not just what they did at the Chilean embassy in '72 in the summer. Not just what they did at the DNC and what they were really looking into. Not just what they did at the Bay of Pigs. Not just what they did to Kennedy. A lot more. He fell on his sword because it was the right thing to do for the country. And these men, Robert Devine, Brian Tully, Yuri Buchanan, John Fanning, the right thing for America is for the Justice Department to hold these men up and say exactly what they were doing and put victim after victim after victim after victim on the stand until those men and every single one of their copycat clone operations around the country is so humiliated and terrified that they leave America. And that's why I say it ends now. That unit will go, in my opinion, rightfully so, go down in history as the fall guys for a nationwide, international, in fact, network that hurt a lot of kids. And there's a lot of people that are going to walk because Brian Tully and John Fanning and Yuri Buchanan and Michael Proctor and Nick Garino and the rest of them are going to be held up, and the government, rightfully so, is going to be like, it was them. Epstein had this small group up in Massachusetts, and it was the Democrats, and it was these state cops. That's what they're going to do to them, in my opinion, and they deserve it. Now, I don't necessarily love this. It's called a modified limited hangout. I hate modified limited hangouts. This one, I'm going to go along with. Do it. U.S. Attorney Leah Foley, please, I beg you. I'm petitioning my government for redress of my grievances. I beg you. Somebody at Maine Justice has got to sit down with the president and the attorney general and Leah Foley, and they have to have a serious conversation because it will solve the Epstein files crisis. The entire political establishment can get behind this, and I want to see these men go down. It makes perfect sense. You pin it. First of all, they can't do shit about it because they got to answer up the chain. Second of all, they deserve it. Third of all, it's perfect. It is perfect. It is what the public needs. Okay? Everyone's going to be happy with this. It was Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, Robert Devine, and Brian. Well, it was actually Mark Sur's state police unit at the time. Then it was Brian Tully's. It was them. It was them. And then they had some help from like Democratic politicians in Massachusetts. That was it. Sell that to the public as what Epstein was doing, and let's move on. I promise you, that is, in my opinion, although part of the truth, it's a modified limited hangout because this was not the only unit doing that. Are you out of your mind? Look at the charges against the cops out in California. The cop out in California who was grooming that girl in the Police Explorers program. But we need to move on. America needs its catharsis. We're not going to be able to arrest 50,000 aristocrats and police officers and judges and lawyers. First of all, you would paralyze the criminal justice system. I mean, the Corrections Corporation of America would love it, but no. We have it's time to make a decision and go down a different path. I hate it. I don't love it. I think the victims around the world and the country are going to feel shortchanged, but I don't know any other way to solve this complex situation. Now, by the way, if you're hearing a lot of echoes in what I'm describing and thinking, wait a minute, that's what these people did to Karen. Yeah, you wonder if maybe Karen and John knew about what happened to Sandra Birchmore? Maybe even what happened to Tiffany Overstreet. You think maybe Karen knows a lot more? I don't know anything. I'm going to talk to Karen. She was next to me in the hallway the other day, but I was too intimidated. I was very intimidated. You know, she's small, but listen, she's a big presence. I don't know what to tell you. She's Karen Reed. You get within like a foot of her, and it just like radiates outwards. All right, she's like Bill O'Reilly, but Bill O'Reilly is like 6'9". So when he radiates outwards, that projection, or like Jim Browdy or whoever, like it fits. But she's like 5'1". So she has this like bubble around her. Like nobody needs to move people away from her. Her like just like bubble is just like a force field. So anyway, I was within like 2 feet of her, but I mean, I kept my eyes down. I was sweating a lot. We were outside like trapped in a hallway. I didn't really want to like engage at that moment. I had other things on my mind. So anyway, my point is, you have to wonder, like, what did Karen Reed and John O'Keefe stumble onto in Kangleton? What did these people know? Like, what did the Kerns know? What did the Beatties know? Like, what the hell has been going on in Kangleton? And completely unrelated to Kangleton and all of this. Like, is the hint to all this, like, the Angulos? Because the Angulos, I think, were working with the state police. I think some of the state police guys were literally on the payroll back in the 90s. and the 80s. And then the Angelos got broken up. But it explains, if Whitey flipped on the Angelos, Whitey Bulger, what the fuck is going on here? Sorry, I don't mean to cuss. Apropos, though, of the subject matter. It might explain this. Okay, think about it. Whitey Bulger and the Irish gangs in Boston flip on the Angelos and help the feds. And all of a sudden, the state police embarrass the FBI and William Delahunt. Embarrass the FBI by exposing John Conley working with Whitey. Bullshit. That was for the Angelos. That was the payback for breaking up the Patriarcha's ring in Boston. 100% payback. And it was the state police doing the dirty work. As such, I think that's what we're looking at. Here's another reason why I think this works. If you read Black Mass, I think I figured it all out. If you read Black Mass, you got to reread the book by Dick Layer. If you reread it, and Dick Layer doesn't spell this out, but I want to run this theory by him. I think I'd be fascinated at his thoughts. I think there's an unspoken truth in Dick Layer's Black Mass, and it's the same thing with Truman Capote. And Dick Layer is a great journalist. I really revere him, but I understand when you get too close to something that is very dark, it's better to run the other way. You cover it, but you don't explain it all. It really is. And this, at the time, Dick Layer wrote this book in 2001 based on articles he was writing in the 80s and 90s. I understand why he did not say what I'm about to tell you, if it's the truth. I understand completely. Truman Capote and In Cold Blood, I don't approve of what he did, because if you read And Every Word Is True about In Cold Blood, you'll learn that Truman Capote manipulated the public, apropos enough as it is for the genre of true crime, about what happened in Kansas with the Clutter family murder. Clutter was on Carter's Agricultural Advisory Board. I don't want to go down that road. So Black Mass, let me explain this to you. Reread that book from the perspective of the state police were working for the Angelos. And if you read it from that perspective, everything makes sense, including why the FBI and DOJ in Boston, whether Republicans or Democrats are in the presidency, have been out to get revenge on that state police unit and on the Norfolk DA for 40 years, 30 years now. Dude, they hate them. Because the FBI was using informants to spy on the Italian mob. They weren't working for some Irish mob group out of Somerville. The FBI does not do that. The state police in the 90s were working for the Angelos. Some of them. That's why the FBI was pissed. Because they were like, how dare you, in my opinion, the FBI was like, how dare you expose Whitey being our informant because you're mad that Whitey flipped on the Angelos. That they would never say it publicly, but that's what I think the root of the tension was. So you might be saying, how the fuck, Grant, how does that relate to this case? All right, listen to this theory. Okay. There was a lawyer in 2014. His name is Hank Brennan, who is a federal criminal defense attorney that represented Whitey Bulger. Now, Hank Brennan is, outside of his partner, I forget his partner's name, his law partner, Hank Brennan is the foremost expert, more so than even Dick Layer. I promise you, I swear to you on my life, which I don't do often, and my God, and my Nana. Hank Brennan knows more about the Massachusetts State Police and this and them taking out Whitey than anyone else in the entire world. Whitey lasted 24 hours at Hazleton, by the way. Hank kept him alive during the trial. But he lasted 24 hours at USP Hazleton, which he never should have been at. A younger Hank Brennan, in 2014, represents Whitey Bulger and is not allowed. I finally now understand what Hank was trying to say in the documentary. He said I can call him Hank. And now there might have been a double meaning to all that, by the way. You know, Karen used to kind of look at me like, don't worry, kid, you'll figure it out. Hank Brennan used to look at me the same way, and I could never figure it out. I was like, why do Hank Brennan and Karen Reed look at me the same way? Like, even when I was like very mean to Karen and very nice to Mr. Brennan, they looked at me the exact same way. Like, there was a glimmer in their eye. Like, don't worry, kid, you'll figure it out. They never said it, but it was like this. It's this way of looking at someone like he's gonna figure it out. And they were proud too. They were like they were proud, but they couldn't say anything, and I couldn't figure out what they were proud of. Because Karen in particular, I was being gratuitously cruel to, because I was being psychologically manipulated by the people close to the state police. Long story. The point is, with Hank Brennan, I couldn't understand it. I was like, you're not acting like Robert Cosgrove, or like Ken Mello, or like Adam Lally. Like, you're not scared. You're not mad. Like, you're smirking. Like, what are you smirking about? What do you know, Mr. Brennan? And with Karen, when she would do it, I'd be like, okay, all right, I'm going to figure this out. Like, what's she trying to tell me? But with Mr. Brennan, I was just kind of baffled. Now I think I might get it. Okay. Hank Brennan hates the Massachusetts State Police. I'm not speaking for him. I've never talked to him outside of the time he said I could call him Hank. Hank Brennan, I think, hates the Massachusetts State Police, like, to his soul. Like, he wants to get them. He hates them because of what they did to Whitey. And I think in 2015 or so, right as that Whitey case was wrapping up, actually, one of them had to do with a murder in Sharon, etc., etc. A case that actually caused a lot of tension between Michael Morrissey and the U.S. Attorney's Office in Boston, now that you think about it. Hank Brennan was representing a drug dealer or something out of Boston federal court. The dude got popped with I don't know, like 80,000 pounds of marijuana or something. It was a lot. And wouldn't you know it, Hank Brennan negotiates a plea deal for the guy. He wasn't he didn't do anything violent. He just interstate trafficked. Nowadays it's basically legal. He interstate trafficked a lot of marijuana and then sold it. All right. So this guy was going to federal prison for a few years, and Hank Brennan negotiates the plea. And Hank Brennan's in the paper saying, this guy takes responsibility. Like, he just wants to move on with his life. We were happy to negotiate the plea. Well, you look a little bit higher in the article, 2015, and who's the prosecuting AUSA? If you guessed current U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts, Leah Foley, who was in charge during Karen Reed's second trial, by the way, not of the prosecution, but she was running that office. Probably I would guess she learned she was going to become U.S. Attorney in November or December of 2024. That's something you want to keep in mind, that date, by the way. Who else but U.S. Attorney Leah Foley? Which means her and Hank Brennan would have had to have contact to negotiate that plea. So they've known each other for 10 years. And then Hank Brennan, out of the goodness of his heart, and for $500,000 of taxpayer money, comes in and helps Michael Morrissey and the state police that he loathes with the Karen Reed trial. Dude, I think I finally get it. Hank Brennan talked to David Traub and Precipio, the spokesman for the Norfolk DA and the state police, respectively. And Hank Brennan got them to leave their jobs to go to Reagan Communication. And Hank Brennan was the one who worked with the feds. And I don't even know if Karen's team was brought in. I would imagine they were read in. They're good actors. Yannetti has a great smile. My point is, I think Hank Brennan in December of 2024 sent David Traub, with Leah Foley's permission, U.S. Attorney Leah Foley, sent David Traub, although she wasn't sworn in yet, so it had to be from Levy with Leah Foley. They would probably do a transition, and I'm going to guess this was discussed during the transition because Levy had to approve it because he was U.S. Attorney in December of 2024 still, but Foley was the one who was going to actually manage it. I think that Reagan Communications, which is a PR firm in Boston, brought on David Traub and the state police spokesman for the purpose of working with Hank Brennan and U.S. Attorney Leah Foley to bring on jurors who were actually federal informants to Karen's second trial for the purposes of making sure the outcome would be a not guilty. And then also as part of a first of its kind in the country investigation into prosecutorial and police misconduct using jurors as informants with the consent of the defendant. It's not obstruction if it's an investigation. It's really pushing it. Really pushing it. I've never heard of anything like it. But I think that's what happened. I think Hank Brennan was a double agent. And if I'm right about this, you must understand. That, in turn, hello, dear friends in Limonene, and Oh Sweet Nothing, and Standing Stones, and Penny, and Tell Mom Bunny. If I'm, oh, by the way, the Kate Peter trial hasn't started yet. We're waiting for updates, though. I want to expand on this a little bit, though. If I'm right about this, okay, then that's the whole kit and caboodle. This was a fait accompli from the start. The feds set up the state police and the Norfolk DA and these witnesses from the jump. Like from December 2024. Hank Brennan wasn't hanging out with them. Hank Brennan was spying on them. And I bet Laura McLaughlin knows about it too. Listen, people think Laura McLaughlin's like bad. I think she was playing a role. I think Hank and Laura McLaughlin might have been the Fed's inside woman. That's just my theory. And I also think Hank Brennan was working with the Feds. I'm sorry. I think we're going to come to find out that that trial of Karen Read, the second one, was actually an investigation by the Feds. The trial was the investigation. It's still going. That's my opinion. Well, Tripoli Bob, I agree. So Tripoli Bob says, if they influence the jury selection system, it would be like a grotesque, like, compromise of the public's trust. Tripoli Bob, I entirely agree. But what if, Tripoli Bob, let me run a hypothetical by you. What if there is evidence that the jury in Karen Read's first trial that voted 9-3 guilty, what if there's evidence, I'm just speculating, hypothetically, that Adam Lally and the foreman of that jury might have had a connection? Or at least maybe the foreperson of that jury was influenced extraneously. Now, as far as I understand, Tripoli Bob, if I'm just speculating, this is a hypothetical. If something were like that were to happen, obviously the DA in the county where it happened would not investigate his own people. You might have a predicate there for an investigation. And if what you need to prove is jury tampering, well, you would need a prosecutor who could make sure the jurors that you were going to get on the jury would, get on with no screening of their background or anything, no objections. You would need, you would need a prosecutor you would need informant jurors who could then monitor to see whether anyone tried to influence them and then report that to the investigators. As far as I understand, that's probably the only way you could investigate jury tampering. Now, that's hypothetical, but certainly would explain a lot. Just my opinion. But I see where you're coming from, Tripoli Bob. Just as a exercise in adventures, no. No, I don't think this would be routine. I think it would compromise the entire system. But specifically approved because of a jury tampering investigation? I mean, I've never heard of it. I've read a lot of case law. I've never heard of it. It's not beyond the realm of possibility, though. How else do you investigate jury tampering? Yeah, Bunny, I want to move. I'm going to set up a farm. I'm going to live with the horses. Kofi can't come visit, though. He's scared of horses. I'll come visit Kofi. So, yeah. If I'm right about this, I just want to be clear. I don't know that I'm right, but everything that I've looked into, all my research, all my knowledge, okay, leads me to one inescapable conclusion. That Hank Brennan was a double agent. And he wasn't... I've had a lot of theories over the years, and I don't think any of them... Most of them were close, but none of them were actually right. He was actually getting revenge for Whitey. Which, I mean, dude, that's why this is Black Mass redo. And that also makes him he's lethal. Listen, if he pulled that off, dude, don't mess with that man. He's ruthless. If he pulled that off, dude, incredible. Imagine, yeah. Oh, so Alana, great question. Alana asked if this is like The Departed. Let me explain a little history about Black Mass, and let me tell you why this is so... If this is true, first of all, I did email Dick Layer a little bit ago, just because I wanted to remind him that I love the book Black Mass. But if this is true, it's bigger than me. I mean, I can write it, I can explain it, but it's bigger than all of us. If I'm right about this, because what it would represent is this would be Black Mass 2, Whitey's Revenge, and I can't write that story. I can help like Dick Layer write it or whatever, but I cannot. That's not my story to tell. It's first of all Hank Brennan's story to tell, but I can't write Black Mass 2. I want to help. Maybe that's what I should do. Well, maybe I should email Professor Layer. Maybe I'd have to really work to convince him to do this. I don't know if he'll do this. But I can pitch the idea, or at least just say, like, let me do this. I don't know if he will. He probably won't. He probably sold the rights. But the point is, it deserves to be told. You must understand. If I'm right about this, then the reason why Hank Brennan got involved in this, the reason why this unit might fall, is because it's Whitey's Revenge. And let me explain why. So, back in like 1975, you got to read Black Mass. Don't watch the movie. Read the book. Back in 1975, I got to set the scene here. There was a man named William Delahunt. He was the Norfolk County District Attorney. Apropos enough, he's the man who the Norfolk County Superior Court, where Karen's trial took place, is named after. William Delahunt was the Norfolk DA in 1975 or so, and he was at a restaurant. And I want you this whole time to keep in mind the theory of mine that the Massachusetts State Police, the higher echelons at this time, were working for the Angiulo brothers, who were the Patriarchas men in Boston, who were the Commission's men in Rhode Island. Get it? Commission, Patriarchas, Angiulos. All right? Everybody following? All right, good. I don't want to go into detail. So anyway, I don't know nothing about nothing. So anyway, William Delahunt goes into a restaurant, and he's sitting there when Whitey Bulger's man, Stevie Flemmi, remember, this is 1975, right as Stevie's already flipped on the Angiulos, and Whitey's getting ready to flip, if he hasn't already. Michael Morrissey's predecessor, the current Norfolk DA, William Delahunt, is sitting in a restaurant when, in his telling of the events, There's a man, Stevie Flemmi, the rifleman, who comes in and threatens a guy in the restaurant over a $100,000 debt. Stevie Flemmi, okay, like beats the guy up. There's a fight, and he's doing this for Whitey Bulger. Okay, now some context here. It's a little complicated. In the 1930s, there was a bunch of Irish clans who were very prominent gangs in Massachusetts, in Boston. South Boston in particular, Winter Hill in Somerville, also in Medford, just around, okay? Now, these gangs fought gang wars over, oh goodness, I don't know, like 30 years, okay? I don't remember all of their names. There were some bigger families, bigger names like brothers, like would run it. And eventually, there was a man named Howie Winter. Howie Winter consolidated control over the Irish mob in Boston in the 70s and 80s. Now, this was a very powerful operation. It was, but for context, it was so powerful, it was arming the IRA during the Troubles. That's where they got the guns. Okay? That's how powerful this organization was. However, what you also must understand is that the Irish mob operated like kind of to the north of Boston in Somerville, okay, and in Medford, and then also in South Boston. In downtown Boston, that was run, and this is all like negotiated stuff, that was run by the Angulos. We're talking like the 60s, 70s, 80s. That was called In Town. That operated out of 95 Prince Street, okay? Keep that in mind. It becomes important later. That's what like the North End was like, all right? Now, 95 Prince Street is operated by the Angulos, and it's called In Town. They were in charge of things like bookmaking, racketeering, loan sharking, like the numbers. Like there was to help you understand how this worked. In the 60s and 70s and 80s, it was illegal on the state level to run gambling, like to take numbers. But it was legal federally as long as you declared your taxes, okay? So you had this situation where like the feds would not enforce gambling laws, and the state cops would like chase these guys around, and they'd go into their shops, and the guys would be like, I have a tax certificate, like you can't charge me. And that it was like this big fight. That's where parasocial gambling, or whatever it's called, comes in. I'll explain that later when we talk about the racetrack. God help us, the racetrack. All right, so the Angulo brothers run like bookmaking, loan sharking, gambling, what was called the numbers, before the daily numbers game in Massachusetts. It was very popular for like you to go to somebody's house and be like, you'd pick like numbers, okay? It went back to Italy. It's an old tradition. They draw them out of like a spinny bucket, and then if your numbers won, you won the money for the week, okay? It's called the numbers game, all right? And they do it legally now. That's why Massachusetts, after Oregon, was the first state to legalize the lottery. We started with the numbers game, Mass Millions, Keno, a little bit of horse track racing, Greyhound, etc., to cut off the revenue from organized crime. You must understand, not just to get cut from the taxes. We did that to take the revenue stream. You strip them of their backbone when you want to cut the head off the snake. Then you prosecute them. You squeeze them economically, and then you prosecute them. All right, and then when you prosecute them, you use forfeiture and you take all their money and their homes and their cars. That's what they did to these people. You must understand. But you need to build the case. So, but that's just giving you the context. You got the Angulos, who are in Boston. Okay, they are the point men for a family called the Patriarchas, who are in Providence. The Patriarchas are the designated head of the New England mob for the Commission, which is the 5 families that operate out of New York. That's LCN, okay, La Cosa Nostra. Over the years, La Cosa Nostra evolved. I don't have time to explain to you like Momo, like Sam Giancana, and like Johnny Roselli, and the Kansas City mob, and Vegas. I don't have time to take you through all of that. It's like a paramilitary wing of the intelligence service. That's the best way to explain the mob, okay? They do the wet work. But they also fight each other because part of the way that they get paid is not just black ops budgets, but through their own. When you run an intelligence operation, it should be self-funding. So how do you think the mob self-funds? Well, all right. So anyway, it's like a battle between like the federal government, who needs certain people to be able to operate illegally, and then the state government, who doesn't want to lose their revenue, and whose citizens like are the ones who pay the revenue into whether it's illegal gambling or legal gambling or whatever you like, illegal drugs or legal drugs. And so they're thinking about like the flow of capital through society. You see what I'm saying? These are real gangsters. All the politicians, all the economists, all the intelligence guys, these are the real gangsters, because they're thinking about the flow of capital based on human consumption patterns through post-industrial economies. That's all they're thinking about when they're making policy, most of the time when it comes to stuff like this. Anyway, so you got the Angiulos, okay, operating in Boston. They are the Italian mob. They are much more powerful than the consolidated, although powerful, Irish mob. This is the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Okay, when Howie Winter dies, Whitey Bulger takes over the over control of the Winter Hill Gang. Now, they are still, you must understand, small compared to the Italian mob, LCN. And the other thing you must understand is, you cannot become a member of LCN unless you are 100% Italian. There are some exceptions for people who are like sons of bosses, and like somehow the mother had like some blood that wasn't pure Italian, or something like that. It's complicated, but very rarely, no exceptions for the most part. But the Italian mob needs to be able to operate, okay? And so this is all in black mass. They have associates that are high level, like Irish mob or Jewish mob. Murder Inc. was a good example in the 30s. High level associates who aren't Italian, who can never become made members of the Italian mob, but who do jobs for the Italian mob. That gives those guys a lot of power, their proximity to the Italian mafia, okay? But they are not in charge. They have their turf they can operate on, but they don't tell the Italian mob what to do. That's something very important to understand about what I'm going to explain to you happens next. So Whitey and this guy Stevie Fleming are what's called associates. You might think of them as mob bosses. They're more associates for LCN vis-a-vis the Angiulos, and they're so like based at the associate level that they don't even talk to Jerry Angiulo or his brother. They talk to the third brother, who's like not even the second in command, okay? All right, not even the consigliere. However, that makes Whitey and Stevie mad. And that's where our story picks up, 1975. Stevie and Whitey are doing their own thing. They're making money, they have their turf, they're burying bodies, it's grotesque. But the Angiulos are willing to use Whitey and Stevie when they need a little work done too. Now our story picks up. 1967 to 1975 through 1980. Whitey and Stevie first through H. Paul Rico, and then Whitey through John Conley, get turned and become informants on the Angiulos. All right, now it's 1975. William Delahunt is in a restaurant and he sees Stevie Fleming make that threat. I believe the Italian mob, if not in 75, at least by a few years later, already knew that Stevie and Whitey were going to flip, or flipped. Okay? They got eyes everywhere, frankly, and they did back then, for sure. Secondly, William Delahunt, okay, then goes to the FBI and the Department of Justice, the U.S. Attorney in Massachusetts, and says, listen, this took place in my jurisdiction. I cannot charge this guy for the threat, the extortion, the attack, whatever, in the restaurant. Will you do it? Now, that looks like a DA going to report a crime he can't prosecute, right? Well, it turns out that William Delahunt and the state police may have been mad at Whitey for reasons other than their moral incredulity. We'll get there in a second. The FBI, you can read this in Black Mass, it's actually where it picks up, didn't do anything when Delahunt reports this. They ignore it. The DOJ ignores him. Delahunt, and you got to read this all with a mixed motive, in my opinion, in hindsight. Delahunt, in his infinite wisdom, and the state police smell a rat. And it looks like they're mad about corruption, but I think what they're really mad about is that Whitey and Stevie have flipped on the Angelos. They start spying on Whitey and Stevie, the state police. And there were two garages. It's very important you understand. One of them was Hanover Street. I think it was like 85 Hanover Street. That is where, well, one was a garage, one was like a restaurant office building kind of thing. More like a social club. Hanover Street was a garage, okay? It was run by Whitey and Stevie. That's where they had their base of operations. Right around the corner was the headquarters of what was called In Town, which was at the Angulo Brothers. That was at 95 Prince Street. Okay. The state police were spying on Hanover Street. Okay? Right down the block, the FBI were spying on Prince Street. And you can see where this is going. Part of the FBI's surveillance of Prince Street involved Whitey and Stevie, who set up shop in the North End on Hanover Street to be close to the Angelos because they were their like associates and worked for them. The FBI used Whitey and Stevie to plant, like to go over into the Angelos headquarters and spy on the Angelos. As that is going on, the state police are spying on Whitey and Stevie, who they suspect are running a car theft ring. That was the cover. Out of, well, I'm sure Whitey and Stevie were running a car theft ring, but I assure you the state police and William Delahunt did not care about that. Out of the Hanover Street garage. That's my opinion. And, it's like a comedy of errors to read this part of the Black Mass book. The state police spend all this time doing this surveillance on Whitey and Stevie. All this time. And by the time they finally complete it, like they're like setting up of the bugs and like the tailing of the cars, the feds blow the surveillance that the state police are doing on Whitey and Stevie. And the reason the feds do this, clearly, I think, is because the only reason the state police were spying on Whitey and Stevie was to help the Angelos find out if Whitey and Stevie were rats. Whitey, Stevie's Fleming's driving down the middle of the road, and this is the craziest freaking thing I've ever read in a book, but I know it's exactly the kind of thing the state police would do. The state police have two civilians stage a car accident in the middle of the North End as Stevie Fleming's driving by, so that Fleming, this is their plan, will get out of his car, walk over to them, and then the police are going to surreptitiously put monitors and bugs in his car while he's like helping the distressed civilians who are supposed to like run around and cause him to like think they're really hurt. I'm not kidding you. I'm being very, very serious right now. That was what they actually did. Okay. However, Stevie, Flemmy, and Whitey were already tipped off. So Stevie doesn't get out of his car. He sits in the car and looks over at the state cops that are like watching this all go down and just laughs at them. You get it. Like, of course, like Stevie was too, like, Stevie and Whitey were very smart. All these guys were very smart. And they were not vulgar criminals. They were vulgar maybe in action and word, but they were like highbrow, like they like to play chess. And so like Stevie, he knew for weeks. He was waiting for the state police to sting him, and then he like stopped it in the middle because he knew once he told them, once he looked him in the eye and didn't get out of that car, they were going to know the op was blown. Only the feds could have blown the op. Only the feds. And that's exactly why the state police in Delahunt were so mad. Now you see why the feds, in my opinion, blew the op, though. Because the only reason the state police in Delahunt were pissed at Whitey and Stevie is because the Angelos figured out that the feds were going to bring him down. It didn't take... You don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows. Also, don't follow leaders. Feed your Pacamitas. It didn't take a genius to see that RICO indictments were coming in the SDNY. It took 12 years for the guy who created that RICO statute to get someone to, like a prosecutor, to enforce it. You don't think the mob knew that this guy was going around, a former prosecutor, telling all the prosecutors and the U.S. attorney's offices around the country that there was this new statute he wrote that they could use, the RICO statute, to prosecute organized crime? Of course he knew. Of course he knew. The mob knew. Of course they knew. And so, in that regard, it didn't take a weatherman to know which way the prosecutorial winds were blowing. And if you're the Angelos, that's going to filter down to you, right? The indictments came for the commission, then the Patriarchas, then the Cavalcante family, and then the Angelos. They broke them all up. And if you are the mob, you know they're going to run informants around you. And so, yeah, it makes a lot of sense that you would use the state police as your enforcers to do that kind of thing. All right? To kind of get Whitey back, to make a point. Damn. That's unfortunate. You know, what happened to honor? No children, no women, no civilians. What happened to honor? So anyway, Whitey was informing on the Angelos, as was Stevie Fleming. And the state police get ahead of it, kinda, and end up turning it around on the FBI. So instead of it looking like the state police were working for the Angelos, instead it looked like the FBI was corruptly enabling Whitey Bulger, when Bulger was a small fish. It was actually the people working for the Angelos as informants that were the problem. And you don't think Hank Brennan figured that all out when he represented Whitey Bulger? And you don't think that Hank Brennan, you know, I don't know, he might be smart enough to finish that 40-year battle off once and for all for Whitey, you know? And White, listen, don't get me wrong. All these guys, all of them, had bodies. Not the lawyers, but all the mob guys had bodies. There's very little good in those stories. But Whitey they did him really dirty, because he was not the problem. He was a problem. The problem, though, was the people working for the Angelos. And you can trace this. The head of the state police in the 90s went up to work at Wonderland, the racetrack, the dog racing track, as a general manager, and then got busted for running off-track betting with the track owner's son. He was the head of the state police who left the state police and then got caught up working for the Angelos directly. So, I don't know what to tell you. It makes, it does make you wonder. And listen. As far as I'm concerned, I don't really have any objection to people doing legitimate businesses, people having their social clubs. I've never had any objection. Do what you gotta do. I've only really had a problem with drug dealing, with human trafficking, and I don't mean like cannabis. You want to have a cannabis company, that's great. I'm proud of you. I mean like Fent and like Blow and MDMA and other drugs of serious abuse, and etc., etc. Once you start doing that, and I want to speak by analogy, there was a man named Roy DeMeo. He ran this thing called the Gemini Lounge. He was so brutal that he was too much even for like Gotti and Big Paul in the 80s. Oh my god. There's something called the Gemini method. If you must research it, there's a content warning, like know what you're getting into. It's brutal. Now, what would you say if I told you that part of the reason Roy DeMeo was eventually killed by his own people, his bosses, was because he was child trafficking? Would that maybe raise a few connections and red alerts to you? I wonder who he would have been doing that with in the 80s in New York. Huh. Interesting. I think we just about got this one wrapped up, folks. The Kate Peter trial has not started, by the way. I'm still monitoring. It took me 2 hours to explain that history. But yeah, so the point is, Hank Brennan was Whitey Bulger's attorney, and there's no one in the world who would be better positioned to play the role of informant and it's not unheard of. They have used cops and prosecutors, the feds and judges, good ones, to spy on corrupt judges. I heard about it in '84 in Illinois or something, Rock Creek or something. It's rare, but it's been done. I think Hank Brennan might have actually been spying on the state police for the feds to get revenge. It would explain a lot. And frankly, if you think about it, if I'm right about this, then the September 2026 primary for Norfolk County DA is the most consequential primary in the history of Massachusetts DA elections, which, frankly, it is. Because that would mean the feds not sent Adam Deitch, but he was like, listen, Adam Deitch ran the investigation of the state police for like 3 years with Josh Levy and Rachel Rollins. I believe that Adam Deitch probably said to the U.S. Attorney's Office, listen, why don't I just go run for DA? If I'm DA, we can work on investigations together in Norfolk County. I can have access to all these files, and then we'll conclude this. And you know what the best part of it is? They'll have a Democratic mandate, not Democratic Party. They'll have a popular mandate to do this and go after those people if Deitch wins the primary. He's gonna landslide it too. I've never seen the conventional, like, old boys club political apparatus in the Democratic Party collapse as hard as it did in the face of Adam Deitch. They threw like distraction candidates at him, They threw like a lot of money. Like some guy came in with like $150,000 of his own money. They threw like Kate Peter at him, like who's basically, I mean, it's hard to explain. I'm not even going to go down that road. Like they threw everything they could at him, and all they did was make him more popular. And it's hilarious because old retail politics does not work in the digital era. Dude, people are not choosing who they're voting. Like, they might want to meet the candidate, but they're choosing who they're voting for based on, like, what they're reading. And they don't care what you say in an interview. They're used to Mr. President Trump getting up there and saying, like, we're going to capture the country of Greenland. Now, you think people give a damn what you say in an interview to some woman whose cousin works for the Norfolk DA and she won't disclose that? No, sorry. What people care about, I mean, they might use that interview if you make a Freudian slip and say Karen Reed's guilty. They might hold that against you and think you're a plant for Michael Morrissey. But modern politics is not retail politics. It's digital ground game. Pure and simple. Okay, 99-1 rule of internet participation. That's how voting works. 1% of the people are going to generate the content upon which people make their decisions. 9% of the people are going to comment, like, react, share that 1% of content. And then 90% of people are the voter base. Do you understand? They're not talking, they're not participating, but they're reading everything. And then they're going to go vote. And they're not voting because they shook your hand. They might vibe check you. If they're like really close to voting for you and they vibe check you and you give off a weird vibe, yeah, you might lose their vote. And like, you need to also not break the fourth wall. General advice. Like, if you're a candidate, like, look how I'm looking at the camera. Okay, you can see my eyes, but I'm not breaking the fourth wall. Why would I do that? I'm not talking to the camera. I'm talking, like, to the viewer. The camera is capturing the conversation. And so you don't break the fourth wall. Unless you're really mad. Like, it's been done. You can do it. Kubrick would do it subtly from time to time in The Shining. But you don't break the fourth wall. You just don't. It's pointless. It doesn't work. So don't do that. Maybe if you're doing, like, the most serious thing of all time, like if you're giving a speech about going to war, etc. But overall, no. Don't break the fourth wall. But on the whole, people are voting based on what they read, the documents they see, the vibe of it all, the feeling that they have based on everything they're seeing online in the primary source documents, in the court records, what cases are pending, like their feel of it. They vote based on that. And they don't tell you at all. You can field poll them. It'll be pretty accurate depending on your methodology. You have to field poll today by asking for more data than you need. You have to get, if you want a 500 person sample size, you need legitimately like 3,000 people. Because a lot of those people, you got to screen them out. Like, the people who answer those calls or texts and actually do it, it's very small. Now, you can do paid political research, but now you're talking like focus groups. That's expensive stuff. They pay those people. Oh, Law Girls might be live. Hold on. I'm seeing Law Girls might be live. Hold tight. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I have an update. Hold on. Is there an update? Hold on. I don't see an update. I do not see a live stream yet, though. I'm sitting on it right now. Let me know if Law Girl started a stream. Drop it in the chat, and I will switch over to coverage. Oh, hold on. An ad is rolling. That might mean that they're live. Hold tight. Hold tight. Hold. If we're going to start a new stream, if that's the case, and I'm going to order lunch and watch this trial with you. Oh, hold on.
It seemed like it was like her friends that get her into quite a bit of this trouble. So
We're gonna listen to Law Girls. Hold on.
Wait till a couple people get in here. Defense attorney for Kate.
Hold on.
So she allowed my motion to live stream, but with like heavy restrictions, and it was opposed by both the defense attorney for Kate as well as the Commonwealth, because the Commonwealth felt like it was just a incident between two women, and there's no real public, no real reason that the public needs to see it, or, you know, that was like silly. That was very strange. You don't normally see the Commonwealth oppose something like that. And the defense attorney said that I was at one point a possible witness, though I was never contacted or put on any kind of like witness list or anything. It was a lot of back and forth with the like a second call, and then ultimately he ended up agreeing to like a 9-month it's like a
Quaff.
not probation, but I have to go back and listen to it. She signed it.
Hold on. So the most important thing here is the distinction. We're getting a lot. This is great coverage. Listen, support Law Girls. She worked so hard. Her daughter is wonderful. They came to my graduation. Little Law Girls gave me this awesome jacket. Did you know? Little Law Girl gave me a jacket. Just like Chris gave me those awesome shoes. Look at it. It's a Towley jacket. Look at it. Little Law Girls gave me this as a graduation gift. Is that not great? Little Law Girls is wonderful. They were the only two people. Well, I didn't want a lot of people to come, but I don't have any family who could come, and they came to my graduation. Okay, so support Law Girls and Little Law Girl. Look at this wonderful Towley jacket. It's a Towley jacket. It says, I have no idea what's going on. So I got a Towley jacket. I have Towley shoes. I have a Melanie little hat. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, I am very close to having a full towel-based outfit. You don't understand. Yeah, they're both wonderful. But this is great coverage. But I need to give you some legal analysis before I take my lunch, and then we'll come back and cover the war, because now there's no trial. The news is we don't have to cover the trial. We get the day off, and you're going to see me on Justice Served at 6 p.m. Now listen, ladies and gentlemen, we get an educational moment. These are my favorite moments, and I get to eat. Maybe I can hang out with Towel Girlfriend. This is going to be a great day. Towel Girlfriend's wonderful. Okay, so here's the update. Kate Peter, we're going to hear, has definitely taken a plea in the felony WI case. Now we got to find out what she pled to. Did she plea it down? Did she plead to the offenses charged? The other thing is, we need to find out if it's 28776 pretrial probation, or that's MGL 28776. I believe, I could be misquoting that, double check. Or that's called pretrial diversion. Or is it what's called a quaff, a continuance without a finding? Now, I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice, but I did graduate law school. Hashtag Tao Law School graduate. I'm a Tao. All right. A quaff is a continuance without a finding, which means that for a period of a certain amount of time, if you don't do anything wrong, the court will adjudicate the matter dismissed like 9 months from then. The difference, though, and this is very important, it's not a felony conviction, but the difference between pretrial diversion and a quaff is what's called admitting to sufficient facts, ASF. If you take pretrial diversion, this is not legal advice, if you take pretrial diversion, you did not admit that there was any underlying sufficient facts to justify the original charge. It is a dismissal without you having admitted constructively to anything. It's a plea that is in effect a dismissal because you didn't admit to sufficient facts. Understand? So although you technically did something, you might have been on probation for a couple months, whatever. Although you did something for the court to comply with the pretrial diversion, the whole point of the statutory diversion scheme is you don't admit to doing anything wrong. There's no record that you admitted to anything. Now, you might say, well, then why isn't it just a motion to dismiss? It is a motion to dismiss. It's a plea that is as good as doing a motion to dismiss. You may have been on diversion, but there's no record anywhere that you admitted to doing anything wrong. It's more just you saying, like, listen, we could litigate this court system, but it's a minor offense. And would you consider me, like, doing community service or something, and then, like, purging the charge, basically, from my record? If you do pretrial diversion, you can seal it. You can't seal a quaff, I believe. Don't quote me on that. This is not legal advice. I'm not a lawyer. A quaff, however, and why I have to find out what exactly Kate took, a quaff is a plea deal that will result in a dismissal, but it's not the same kind of dismissal as pretrial diversion. It's more harsh conditions than pretrial diversion, and if you do anything, you actually, so a quaff, let me explain. Oh, wow, actually, if it's a quaff, it's a big deal. Pretrial diversion is a big deal, dude, because you're technically on a form of probation. No new crimes, no new charges, etc. A quaff, if you quaff something, you're actually stipulating, it's very complicated. You're stipulating to the original, up to the original punishment for the charge, which in this case, felony WI, up to 2.5 years in a house of corrections, or up to 20 years? No, 10 years maybe, or 5 because it's not a murder trial. Like 5 or 10 years in a state prison. It's a long penalty. You're agreeing to abide by whatever sentence the judge wants to give you on the underlying charge, even if it's the maximum, the statutory maximum. If you do anything to violate the quaff, you're placed on what is in effect pretrial probation. And if you violate the terms, you don't just get brought in for a revocation. You get brought in for a finding of guilt that you're stipulating to on the underlying felony, and then you get sentenced on the felony with no opportunity to weigh in on the sentencing. I'm serious. A quaff is a dangerous legal instrument. It's beneficial to a plaintiff, but it's dangerous as a legal instrument if you are the type of person who commits crimes, or that's not, or could get charged with a crime. It's very risky. But anyway, so this case, the underlying case, has to do with, it's a little complicated. It has to do with a private investigator for in the orbit of the Norfolk DA, and strangely, like the witnesses in the Karen Reed trial. That's the only reason that I'm covering this woman's case at all. Her name is Kate Peter. She used to work for this man named Aidan Turtleboy Carney, and so she, I believe, is in love with him. And if you know Helga Pataki from Hey Arnold, shout out the people who like Hey Arnold. If you know Helga Pataki, you know that she actually loves Arnold, but when she's around him or talking about him, she bullies him, okay? And it's because she loves him but can't have him, because, to put it lightly, he's not her type. Unrequited love is rough. I understand. I do. Trust me. I understand. But anyway, my point is, this Kate Peter woman, you can imagine her as, someone with a shrine out of bubblegum, by analogy to this man, Turtleboy. Now, she used to work for Turtleboy, okay? So, she's down with everything about Turtleboy. She's, obviously all about it, right? But then, and she's clearly still, down with his tactics. She just doesn't like him because she can't have him all to herself, which is a common theme with Turtleboy. Good for him. I'm thrilled. I'm pleased. If that's it seems like a lot of women want him but can't have him. I guess that's how it works. I don't really think about a lot of that. But anyway, my point is, she can't have him. She gets fired from his show. If you believe Turtleboy's version, it's because Kate stole money. If you believe Kate's version, I don't really even know what it is. She didn't steal money. She just wanted to go off on her own and build her own thing, and Turtle Boy didn't like it. I don't remember. They get into this fight that goes for like 4 years. Like, just, it's like popping up all over in just random, like, small YouTube circles. Just like Kate is like a First Amendment auditor. Like, she trolls people like Chili DeCastro and or Cyrax. It's kind of funny, you know, because Chili DeCastro's hilarious. If you watch him, he makes no sense. It's hilarious. So Kate trolling Chili DeCastro is just like this like outrageous person trolling this outrageous person. It's hilarious. That's when she was really thriving. The Cyrax stuff, the First Amendment auditor stuff. And so, but at the same time, like, Kate may have been covering Cyrax and Chili DeCastro, which is hilarious. I mean, like, it's kind of like Kim Blandino. Like, you know, Kim Blandino at least doesn't take himself too seriously. And the man, God bless his soul, he's very religious. He's in my opinion, like, doesn't know what's going on. He thinks that he's a citizen of Israel, and so he doesn't have to get a driver's license. But, you know, that's what happens when you watch the Clark County, Nevada Circuit Court TV on our Nevada judges. You learn about all these interesting cases. Yeah, so a lot of these, like, names you're hearing, like Cyrax, Kim Blandino, what the hell's the dude's name? The guy Kate First Amendment audited. What the hell is his name? He's got the weird chart. I just said his name, too. I don't remember it already. The one that had the restraining order hearing with Kate in Massachusetts and lost. It was hilarious. She went to a protest with this guy, and he's trying to, like, audit the cops, and Kate's mad at him for trying to audit the cops. So she's running around telling people that and this part was so cruel, but it totally embodies her. She's running around telling people that he's her mentally disabled brother. And oh my God, it was like in Arlington or something. The Arlington cops are just looking at both of them like, what are you doing? Like, why? This is a 4th of July children's parade. Why are you doing this to both of them? Like, the guy, Chili DeCastro. Chili DeCastro was there causing problems for the cops, okay? Because he's a First Amendment auditor. Kate made it worse for everybody, which is a good analogy to this whole, like, kerfuffle. Yes, welcome to the channel, Leo. Kate made it worse for everybody. Hello to the people of Edon. You're probably not going to understand. I don't really think the people of Edon need to know about Kate Peter. It's really going to confuse the IRGC. They're probably like, Grant, we got stuff going on. You know, we're firing missiles. Can you please? And I'm like, listen, I need to have my lunch, and I want to talk about Kate Peter. So listen, I can only imagine there are some very confused people in various capitals in the Middle East who are like, who is this woman? Why is he so mad at her? This is better than a soap opera. Well, living it kind of was like a soap opera, ladies and gentlemen. It was like living in the Truman Show, but kind of like Days of Our Lives. Mix of that with a little bit of, like, you know, House of Cards thrown in, and then Downtown Abbey, and then some Jane Austen, and then Pride and Prejudice was really good. I prefer Sanditon. And then a little bit of Eyes Wide Shut. It was kind of a strange experience. I don't ever want to go through it again, frankly. But anyway, my point is, it's a fascinating, like, psychosocial historical drama. It's kind of like Great Expectations, but there is some convicts, but there's no, like, well, there is kind of trust funds, but there's no, like, Australian, well, there are oh, fuck me, it really is like Great Expectations. It's very long, this, like, story. It's like an archetypal explication of modern culture made manifest in, like, the symbiotic relationship between the internet, like, parasocial, like supportive networks, like, political movements, like police, like, supporters, like anti-police movements. It's this, like, perfect, like, microcosm of the like last 26 years. So it's very confused. It's kind of like an epic story where you tell, like, through the lens of the travels of one person, the intersecting lives of all these different characters. And like some characters have very long arcs where like they meet way before like a major plot point, and they just happen to coalesce around that major plot point and then drive it forward because they are mad at each other via proxy and using one of those moments to kind of push like their own agenda. Now, and that's not really what Turtle Boy did, but that's like Kate Peters' role in all this. She's not that influential, but when you study a work like Great Expectations, if you use like Aidan Carney as Pip and traced, that's a good way to do it actually. Maybe that's how I should do it. If you use like Aidan Carney as Pip and just trace his life and then kind of like look in particular at what happened from like maybe like 2015 through 2014, 2012, whenever the Buffalo Bills thing happened, and then whenever he started getting unmasked, like right as he's starting Turtle Boy anonymously and then getting unmasked, and then you like trace that through what happened with Kate in 2019, like when she comes on the scene, when she leaves him, leaves the show, and then how that progresses for 4 years through like the First Amendment auditing, like that Kate's doing, and then the Cyrax thing, while Aidan's like exponentially like growing with his blog, and then like Aidan like is like on his like path to London by analogy, and he's doing really well with the Karen Reed trial. And Kate's like kind of like on this other trajectory where she's like constantly nipping at his heels but secretly in love with him, in my opinion. It really makes for like a good narrative arc, and it's also, in my opinion, very accurate to what happened. But anyway, pulling it back to 2019, that's how long this story is. Kate separates from Aidan, and then Kate's covering the First Amendment auditors, and so she's clearly getting close to cops, and she's like a weird person, like I just like very evil in my opinion, just gross. Has done bad things and does bad things to people and doesn't care about it. Has nothing left, like there's no feeling of guilt anymore. Like she could probably like put down an animal and just be like, fuck it. So I'm worried about people like her. But anyway, Kate's working on this First Amendment stuff, auditing stuff, and Aidan's doing his coverage. And then Aidan starts covering Tiffany Overstreet in like the fall of 2022. Okay? And then by the spring of 2023, Aidan's covering Karen Reed. By the summer of 2023, Kate Peter is involved with both the Karen Reed case, supporting the state police and opposing Karen, and the Turtle Boy case, where she's working as a private investigator for a man named Marty Kraft, who used to be friends with John O'Keefe. Okay? And this gets even more interconnected because Marty Kraft, Kate's boss, was the man who was outside Tom Beatty's house when Karen Reed went to visit Tom Beatty in February of 2022. It was Kraft who was spying on Karen Reed, who was visiting Tom Beatty. And that gets interesting if you ask questions about the Currans from Canton. This gets very complicated, who were in the Beatty's family court papers, and why the Currans were at John O'Keefe's house on January 15, 2022, and why Brian Higgins and John were talking about getting overcharged for drinks at restaurants, and why John at one point openly talked about prostitutes and ordering them in text messages with Brian Higgins. I don't think John was doing anything wrong per se, but the point is, like, the people in this orbit are a little odd. So Kate Peter pops up in the orbit of these cases as a PI for like Marty Kraft, and then when Marty Kraft shuts his PI firm down, Brian Albert opens a PI firm, which I think he's still running now. And what's really interesting is all these people, like all these women, all these men who like are in the orbit of the Free Karen Reed movement or the Turtle Boy movement that are like spies, all of them in some way, shape, or form relate back to Kate Peter. I think she went to high school with someone involved with the Kirk Minahan show. I think she like had certain political connections to people in Somerville. I think some of the state cops maybe had like informants or something that she knew or something, whatever it is. I don't know the exact explanation, but this network that emerged, it was financed through some private intelligence agency, but it was built by her. she had a manager. I think it was Sean on the Gulf. I can't prove it, but that's my opinion. I think Sean on the Gulf was like the point guy, and then Kate Peter was just like an important like role player because she was able to feed psychological profiling information to the private intelligence firm so that they could put people around Aiden who would be most likely to be able to get in his orbit and then infiltrate his private life and then steal his phone extraction as an example and then launder that evidence for both criminal and civil purposes to use against Aiden and Karen. And I think all those people are Kate Peters' friends for a reason. Because she kind of manages them. You know, got to protect your people. See what I'm saying? All right? Now you see how deep this goes? So anyway, this Kate Peter woman, like, she gets charged with stuff. Like, she has a bad habit of, like, when other women have Aiden's attention, she'll, like, flip them off or, like, try to, like, get around them or try to, like... And she's very unassuming because she kind of... I'm being very gentle. I don't think she's very developed intellectually or analytically. She's somewhat developed psychosocially for manipulation, but I don't want to be too hard on her. She just isn't a looker, okay? And I'm not being mean. It's just like she's not someone who can use her looks for intelligence purposes. She needs girls to do that for her, okay? We're going to put it that way. But she also gets really jealous, in my opinion, of girls that get around Aiden. So when a girl has Aiden Carney's attention, Kate Peter loses it. Like, she will, like, flip this girl off. She'll scream at them. Like, she just can't control herself. One of those girls who had Kate Peter's attention, who had Aiden Carney's attention, Kate Peter caught a bunch of felony WI charges, at least one or two, in Dedham District Court. Another girl who is friends with Aiden Carney was attending some kind of proceeding, and Kate Peter, I forget the background, it was some like civil thing, I don't remember. Kate Peter, who's not involved at all in the underlying proceeding, shows up to the courthouse just on her own, apparently, and walks over to this this woman who knows Aiden Carney and just starts screaming at her. Like, this woman's like a witness in a proceeding or something that's going on. And Kate is just screaming at this woman, like insulting her, talking about this man from Connecticut who pretends to be a woman online who also knows Kate, just doing this in like a courthouse hallway, okay? Then when this woman, I forget her name, she's like walking out of the courthouse or something. I read some of the charging documents in this case. She's like walking out of the courthouse, okay? And she sees Kate like flipping her off or something, like screaming at her, and like Kate like won't stop. And so this importantly occurred outside of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office jurisdiction. Why is that relevant? The Norfolk County DA talks to Kate Peter. So does Brian Tully, the former state cop. Like, they all communicated with her. So did the prosecutors, Ken Mello, whatever. All these people talked to this woman. Nobody really knows why. Like, it's weird. Like, she's not really good at it, so she's just a liability. But by talking to her, like, then she had to be kept in the loop because she's a liability. If you throw her out, she'll tell on you. So anyway, they, like, let her get too close. And she was basically, like, coordinating, like, some of the grand jury investigation of Aiden Carney in the fall of 2023. Like, she had this Discord server where witnesses in the Karen Reed trial and the Aiden Carney cases would talk during the trials, and then she deleted the Discord server. It's a little, the whole thing's just weird. But the point is, so she's not a government agent. She's not like she's not formally a government agent, but under a government agency theory, she is acting as a government agent to coordinate, probably because, remember, Michael Morrissey couldn't get enough money to investigate Karen Reed or Aiden Carney, probably so that private money could be used to outsource those public prosecutions. And then you got to think about it in the context of the civil cases too. Listen, you can use PIs to get information from people in ways that the Fourth Amendment doesn't allow. Go to civil discovery and be like, well, Your Honor, you know, we didn't get it illegally. Like, he just, slept with the wrong person, and he shouldn't have trusted them. All right, that's what this is all about. It's ruthless. It's brutal. And Kate Peter got charged with felony WI outside of Michael Morrissey's jurisdiction, so she couldn't make this case go away. This is down in, what is it? What the hell's Attleboro? Is it Bristol? I don't know. It's somewhere way south. It's kind of near Providence, but it's in Massachusetts. So this woman's charged with felony WI. She's got like this intimate role. Like the whole house of cards could collapse if this woman, Kate Peter, opens her mouth. So she's got like this integral role in all of these cases, and very close to Tully State Police Unit, probably knows where a lot of the bodies are buried. And she's facing felony WI charges in Attleboro court, where the Norfolk DA can't influence the outcome. That's the background here. Bristol County, thank you very, very much. So I'm sorry it took so long to explain that. This is a very convoluted story. It's not even like... so the Commonwealth argued this was like a one woman, Kate Peter, like yelling at another woman who was a witness. No. What this case really is a private investigator in the orbit of the state police and the Norfolk DA going way overboard, because she can't control herself, in my opinion, when women other than her talk to or have the attention of Aidan Turtleboy Carney, and as a result catching felony charges. By the way, it's not just like some people obsequiously, and this is true, just like certain people, so they fawn over them. That's not what this Kate Peter woman is, in my opinion. She's something much worse. She's someone who, when you won't give her what she wants, tries to tear you down and will get compulsive about it. She'll speak to your family members. She'll try to put like her friends in like your family members' orbit to alienate affection, which sounds like a tort to me, by the way. Just wondering. Anyway, just generally. I'm not a lawyer. That's not legal advice. But anyway, just think it generally. She's that malicious. All right, so she can't have Turtle Boy. He won't do what she wants. And so she spent years trying to destroy this man, which culminated in her being involved in this operation to infiltrate his life, take his information. If she can't have him, no one can. That's the analysis. So although the Attleboro case looks like it's one woman who used to work for Turtle Boy yelling at another woman who likes Turtle Boy and is friendly with him, it's really not that. It's really one woman, Kate Peter, going to great lengths to punish Aidan Carney, in my opinion, for not being willing to be around her, and in turn taking it out on another woman who Aidan was talking to that was a witness in a case that she saw in a parking lot. And she does this often. Like Lauren Murray got it from Kate. Every woman who gets close to Aidan, everyone, Kate, although she'll pretend to befriend them and say, listen, I want to help you, and no. She's jealous. That's my opinion. And so she can't stop catching charges. And once the Norfolk DA, Michael Morrissey's out of power, that's it. That whole network's done. Her funding's cut off. Her protection's gone. There'll be a new sheriff in town, literally and figuratively. New state cops, new local cops, new clerks. You're talking 30, 40, 50 years of power being overthrown in Norfolk County. And it's all going to come crashing down on the head of one Catherine Peter. That's my opinion. And Brian Tully. You know what? That little bald man making me all mad. Listen. I wasn't mad. I'm generally respectful. I still am kind of sympathetic to Yuri's of Ukraine, because I don't like Putin. Putin's a damn commie. So Yuri's the only one, and it's not what he did in the case. He doesn't get a pass for that. I know about the poker nights. Don't even think about it. Nope. Don't go there. I'm getting all mad. But yeah, the Ukraine stuff, I'm a little sympathetic. I got a small, 1% of my heart set aside for Yuri Buchanan. But on the whole, listen, it's all going to come crashing down on the head of this state police unit, and they're very extrajudicial, to put it lightly, extra legal, one might even say, behavior, to put pressure on people that wouldn't go along with what they wanted them to do. And that whole network, as a result, is going to be brought down. Seriously. As soon as Adam Deitch wins that primary, it's over. It's over. Game, set, match. Let that be our legacy. Yeah. And then people are going to get charged really badly. Not just Kate, in my opinion, but a lot of people in Norfolk County. There's some people who, once Deitch gets elected, are probably going to be criminally charged within 6 to 12 months. And they can't run. What are they going to do? Flee the state? Yeah, that's smart. I'm sure the feds aren't watching. So, yeah. Hello, towel girlfriend. You're so wonderful. And I do think that's going to be the go sign. So let's finish I already know what Law Girls is going to say, but let's finish the Kate Peter update from court.
Signed a green paper. She didn't have to testify. Mary Bagwell gave her
Mary, that was the
impact
woman's
statement. So ultimately what ended up happening was I was able to hold my phone in my lap, not point it at anybody in the courtroom. Not anything like I have ever dealt with in a courtroom before. So that was really weird. The court officer came over and said that I could set up my tripod. I started doing that, and then the judge called me up to be heard. I stood up and said that I would like to live stream the hearing. And that's when the judge said, both the Commonwealth and the defense oppose it, but she allowed it anyway. And yeah, so at the end, ultimately, Kate got 9 months where she needs to be on her best behavior for 9 months. And we'll see if that happens. I don't know. But she does continue to do this. There was the usual, some friendly faces, like Peter Murphy was there, and Annie I saw, Glamma Suze,
Glamma
some
Suze did
others,
say she was
Kim
going.
Fair was there, Benny.
Benny Sweet Pants.
Yeah, it was an interesting morning, and so what I'm going to do is I will upload, it was probably about 5 minutes worth of the victim impact statement. Yeah, it was definitely interesting. So as soon as I get home, I will upload it.
Excellent. Okay, so I'm taking my lunch break. Oh no, I dropped my phone. Hold on. I'm taking my lunch break. Let me monitor a little war updates for you, because you did come here to watch war updates. But then we got talking about all sorts of things, which is, frankly, are you surprised? That's what happens. Interesting. Kate Peters' friend, Jason Broyles, that man who pretends to be a woman online, he's been, I think, working with her forever. He's one of the worst and most obvious moles for that private intel operation, in my opinion. But yeah, he was there. Kate Peters Support Network showed up. Both Benny Sweatpants and Jason Broyles, her only 2 supporters left, were there. I've always thought Peter Murphy was a little suspect. Sorry, Sergeant Murphy. I kind of think Sean in the Gulf, Sergeant Murphy, Kate, Jen Altman, Natalie the German, Jason Broyles, Benny Sweetpants. I think they all know each other. So, sorry. I gotta say it like it is, bruh. But who's behind all that? I have no idea. I have just no idea who could be behind that kind of well-financed operation. I just can't, I can't think of anyone. No one comes to mind. There's no faces that are just appearing. There's nothing that I can really see. Normally I'm pretty good with this, but there's no sort of group of people or a couple of individuals that I can imagine would be able to finance and pull off that kind of coordinated intelligence operation. I can't imagine anyone who would be able to do that. So, but yeah, thank you very much. It's 11:11. Oh yeah. Listen, there are some very obvious moles that really want to curry favor with me. Bro, listen. If the operation's over and what you're worried about is moral salvation for me, that's not going to happen. Like, you need to go talk to God about that or something. If why you're talking to me is because you actually feel guilty for having been participating, not you in the chat, but those of you who are like done with the op, if you're talking to me and being kind to me because you know you made a bad choice and you feel guilty, that's different. Okay? Because that means you actually stand a chance, you know? But if you're only being nice because you're worried that I know you were working and I'm going to expose it, I'm not going to save you. Sorry, you need to actually show, like, contrition. Whatever the hell that means. That's between you and God, though. I don't want no part of that. I just check your vibe. Alright? And some of you, I don't know, there's only a few left. It's kind of embarrassing. Like, you should feel bad. Like, you did a bad job. You did a really bad job. Not any of you in the chat. But you did a bad job. It's just embarrassing. And you should feel very guilty. Some of those private intel operatives, you should feel very guilty. And your soul's going to be judged for it. You used human lives as currency. You literally built a Truman Show up, and you got glee out of it. For years. You all are sick. Some of you are sick in the head. Not any of you in the chat. I'm talking about the people who participated. So don't come crying to me for moral salvation because you worked as a private intelligence operative and acted like, all right, and used people's lives as currency. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. You want to be kind because you feel guilty? Fine. Don't be kind to me. You want to start apologizing, like, come, like, tell them why you were doing this. I'm going to find out either way. So, you know, be that as it may, but it would be nice, like, just to have some of these people come on and be like, listen, I was on contract, I'm sorry, like, here's who was in the meeting, like, fuck the NDA, I don't care, they asked me to do illegal things. I'm just saying as an example what someone could say. And therefore, I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice. You should consult an attorney if you have questions about the law or the legal implications of any action you may take. Just come out and say, like, here's who paid me, here's how they did it, here's what they wanted, here's the op, here's, like, the structure. Just one of them. Just one of them. If their soul could compel them to bear all, I think we'd really start on the path towards healing. Now, a lot of them are in deep, extorted, threatened, constantly pressured. I understand. I do. But there's got to be someone out there who can stand up in the face, especially if the contract's over, of egregious evil and say what was done was wrong. And that person will be the hero of this story. They may not know who they are yet. They may be listening to these words right now. They may be sitting there thinking, oh my goodness, it's me. Yeah, it probably is you. If that speech resonated with you, you're probably the person I'm talking to. But anyway, yeah, save your soul. Nobody else is going to. Well, maybe Jesus. But that's just what I believe. I like Jesus. Oh, God bless you, Sarah. Be creative. You're wonderful. You can believe in whatever you want. Personally, I'm a pluralist. But, you know, outside of Jesus and God, no one's going to save your soul. Except for you. Sorry. Like, you made those choices. Free will is part of the compact here. You know, yes, obviously, God is involved in everything. But, like, you made bad choices. So, that's why you can't sleep at night. You know, you don't have to do alprazolam if you don't do bad things. Isn't that wonderful? You don't have to suppress your GABA-1 receptor if you don't have a guilty conscience. I know. That's why it's so liberating. It's freedom. Some of these pricks, though, they went way too far. Sorry to use a slang term. They went way too far. And they hurt children. And their souls ain't coming back. But some of them, like the private intel operators, they like assets. Dude, they were just working contracts. Day laborers, basically. And they got a good ride off it. Some of those people probably made hundreds of thousands of dollars just trying to get close to Karen. Just trying to get close to Aiden. But the good ride's over. You know? Frankly, they all deserve it. They're scum. Scum. Scum of the earth for doing that kind of work. the worst. I don't care how desperate you are. Come to me. Ask me for help. I'll do a fundraiser for you. Do not run Truman Show operations, especially when the Constitution is implicated. Don't do it. Don't. I'll catch you. I'll catch you. I don't know what the civil liability is. Listen, it's not for me to decide. But those people who operated in the orbit of those firms, they're screwed. They're in a lot of trouble. I called the Congress personally, but I don't know what some of the other victims are going to do. To each their own. Somebody's going to sue them. Somebody's going to get them. Somebody probably already laid a trap for them. But some people were working. It was just work. That's all it ever was. And they were paid well to keep up the act. So, but yeah, don't come to me. I don't want your confessions, and I do not want to offer you salvation. Go tell it to somebody who can do something about it, because as far as I'm concerned, I've done what I needed to do. So, yeah. I don't know. If that's not enough of a warning, I don't know what is, okay? You only have so many months, okay? You're either going to go down with the good ship Proctorgate, or you're not. Why would you ever want to? Either. It's so ugly. And plus, people are going to think that, like, you're slimy if it's revealed against your will that you were working, as opposed to just saying it. You look better if you just say it. But that's just my advice. I'm not talking to anyone in particular. But yeah, like, come on. You don't think there were payrolls? Even if they used blockchain to distribute the money, bro, they got to send, like, messages. They got to talk to each other to tell the people to disperse the money. Nothing ever happens without someone knowing about it. And that includes payments in cash. That includes payments on the blockchain. That includes, like, laundered payments. That includes payments through shell companies. So, yeah, I don't know. What do I know? I'm just speaking hypothetically. I don't know nothing about nothing. Marsha, you're wonderful. Alright, 12-eye cat. What does he you? I don't necessarily agree with you about anything. But, you know, to each their own. Oh, that woman from, what's her name? Another one of Kate Peters' friends who, I don't know if she was working or just, like a true believer, like the kind of person who would have gone to Guana or whatever it is, which, you know, some people are just susceptible to manipulation. It is what it is. I can't fault them for it. Trust is a vulnerable thing. But yeah, another woman showed up with Kate, apparently, named Kim Fair. I don't actually think she was working. I think she was just manipulated. I've met her. She's a very nice person, but very susceptible. I could totally see Kate running game on her. But yeah, some people that were in that orbit were not dumb, which means they were working. And there's only like 5 of them. There's like 7 left. Actually, I found a new mole today. Oh, God bless you to the person who sent the donation. You're so kind. Oh, in Lemon, he was like, Grant, I was convinced you were an operative. No. So there's a couple tells. One, I openly talk about how the DOJ, I turned the DOJ down because I didn't want to do antitrust work. And also I smoke cigars. Second, people who do intel work don't talk about it. It only works when you don't tell the public how it works. It's like a magic trick. The people who do intel work like that are like magicians. You know what they hate more than anything in the world? A magician who reveals other magicians' secrets. Hello? Very specific people hate me for a very specific reason. And it's because, although I am very respectful of national security, and you want to use intel to go after the bad guys and girls, I'm all about it. You abuse it, domestically in particular, you got a problem. Because I'm probably going to find out. And the people who run game and get caught, or are running game and trying not to get caught, hate me. And therefore I serve as a litmus test. And that's all I've ever done. Yeah. It's not bait, it's just, I'm like a litmus test. For moral character. And in particular for intelligence operatives. I hunt them. I'd be really good at that. Like hunting commies, bro, you put me in the government, tell me to hunt subversive commies in the government, I'll find every single one of them DSA bastards. Sorry, I don't mean to use a swear term. But literally, they're saying they want to overthrow America. No. Send in towel. Send in towel. I'll clean them up. I'll get rid of all the damn commies. Give me a governmental mandate. Send me in. I'm ready. That's what I do. I'm almost done with all the moles here. Nobody asked me to do it. I just felt this was the right thing to do. You want to know why I'm doing this? One, it started for John. It's always really been for John O'Keefe. I didn't know him. I just thought he deserved better because he was a noble man. And I don't believe, and even with the texts I've seen with Higgins, I don't believe John did anything wrong. I really believe John was like an undercover police officer who was really good at his job. Okay? And I've always believed it. I've never had any confirmation. I just believe it in my heart. So I've always wanted to get justice for him. And I didn't know what we say that word, but the word doesn't mean like convictions. What it means is answers. Justice is answers. Truth is an axis. We're an asymptote. We approach but never touch it. So I just wanted to find out what happened. And I wanted, like, John and his family, John's passed away now, obviously, but I wanted his family to be able to feel some sense of closure so they could know, even if it was a very dark truth. Because I thought that was the only sort of just outcome. Whether that's right or wrong, I don't know. And I also, along the way, found a bunch of people who were traumatized and severely hurt by this state police unit and the men who were in their orbit. And it's way worse than Proctorgate, than those messages. It's way worse. There were people who were seriously hurt. We haven't even begun to unpack it. And I, at a certain point, said, and it's much like my CCC reporting, I said, I don't care how long it takes. I don't care what the price is. I will find out who is doing this to these vulnerable people, and I will bring them down one by one. I will pick them off juridically. I'll use the government that I believe in, just like I did at the CCC. I believe the government works. Not always, but I believe in this country, in this form of government, in this constitution, and I don't just say those words. I mean functionally. I believe in the system. So, I demand that the system hold itself accountable. And until everything is resolved, I just stay on it. And this case was very difficult. Because it's not just Karen or Tiffany Overstreet or Aiden or Sandra Birchmore. This is a lot of lives. And a lot of people who are very scared. And a lot of people who are hurt. A lot of vulnerable people who are hurt. And that's why I became so focused. I was going to get them. It was the hardest story, and it's not done yet. It's one of the hardest stories I've ever covered. It's not the most complex, like, financial analysis I've ever had to do to, like, trace down somebody's, like, hidden money flowing where it shouldn't. I've done more difficult. This was the hardest psychosocially because the tactics that these people used were grotesque and disgusting and disgraced my Constitution, my justice system, and everything I believe is sacred about America. And they made me mad, and they hurt the kids and the doggies. And then it was 2025, 2026, the Epstein files came out. I started to really dig deep, and then you see what's under the surface. And I just happened to put it all together in time to get out from that propaganda, psychosocial manipulative circle. They did not want me to get out. Are you kidding me? Once you're in, they want you in. They manipulate you hard. But at a certain point, I was like, wait a minute, I'm Grant Smith Ellis. Good luck with that. And I bailed. So, it was hard to get out, though. It was hard. Even when I was out, like, they had a plan, I think. The plan failed really badly. They were going to use my own mom. And there are a few moles out there that I think are really worried about me right now because they think that I'm on to them. And therefore, I'm going to reveal that they've been working as operatives. To those people, I would say, you shouldn't be worried that I'm going to reveal you're an operative. You should be worried that I already did. So you should stop. And the word is exfiltration. It's exfil, E-X-F-I-L. Send one text to your handlers if you're working an illegal private intelligence operation and say, I want an exfil now. E-X-F-I-L. And nothing happens to my birdies, by the way. I don't care if they did good or bad. Nothing happens to my birdies. Don't touch those birdies. Everybody walks away clean. Well, not the people who are going to get criminally charged. That's above my pay grade. But everybody walks away clean. Stop now. Trust me, I don't know why you're doubling down when we're so close to the primary. Because if you put all your chips into this pot and lose, it's over. So, make good choices. Speaking generally. All right. God bless all of you. Let me get Pete Bunny Towel. No, we're going to come back today, actually. I got to go on Justice Serve later, too. Let me see what's going on with the war. Hold on. Iran has just been hit. Oh, no. Israel's firing white phosphorus in South Lebanon. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, I got to eat. Okay, I got to eat. I got to eat. All right. But yes, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. We'll be back again. We'll do a post-lunch war update. I do like to check my mental acuity, okay, at the end of streams. All right. I like to do the presidents. This is called Tippecanoe and Tyler 2. Shout out Triple Bob. Triple Bob, who had a good point earlier, by the way. Good counterfactual. And I think he's right in 99% of cases. But we might have found the 1% of cases where the justice system, to insulate itself, had to use novel investigative methods. Let's put it that way. What term did I use in Limonene? I don't remember what I said. But let me do... mental acuity, probably. It's like the sharpness of your cognitive function. I'm going to list the U.S. presidents in order. This is called Tippecanoe and Tyler 2. If you've seen this before, it's how we like to end every stream, to check that my brain's working right. I also haven't been looking at my phone, so I saw a few notifications. Thank you to everyone who donated. Thank you for all your wonderful super chats. Thank you for your comments, your questions. Thank you for being you. God bless all of you. This has been Towel News, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. We've been going for 4 hours. It's just 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time on Wednesday, July 15th, 2026. And that would make it 5:30 p.m. in South Africa, 6:30 p.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel, and 7 p.m. in Tehran, Iran. I'm taking a towel lunch break. I'm a one-man operation. Nobody covers me, so I just go eat towel lunch, and then I'll be back for more coverage. God bless all of us. I hope things stay calm and peaceful. I like peace. I like to analyze court documents and not have adrenaline coursing through my veins because people are dying. That makes me very sad. Here we go. President Washington, President Adams, President Jefferson, President Madison, President Monroe, President Adams Jr., President Jackson, President Van Buren. 9, 10, 11, 12 is a little hard. It's like William Henry Harrison, and then Tippecanoe and Tyler 2, so that's going to be Polk, and then Taylor, and then it's going to be 13, which is Millard Fillmore, which is just a weird one. And then it's going to be Pierce Buchanan, Lincoln Johnson Grant, Rutherford B. Hayes, Garfield, Chester A. Arthur, Cleveland Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, Woodrow Wilson, Harding, Coolidge, Hoover, FDR, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush 1, Clinton, Bush 2, Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. There we go. I know you all enjoyed that. Tripoli Bob's here. Thank you very much to Flower for those wonderful jewels. I needed those before lunch. You all have a wonderful lunch break as well. My dear friend Marcia, I saw someone mention above that there is the Argentina-England game on. Big E's. Yes, it is. It's at 3 o'clock. Listen, as I mentioned, I'm going with England. Hold on. Let me get the jersey. Wait a minute. Where is it? I cleaned it. Well, you have to hand wash jerseys this old, so it's very hard to clean. You can't put it through a cycle because it will rip off the remaining lettering. This is a Kun Aguero jersey, okay, from probably 2014, okay? This is my Man City England match day jersey, okay? All right, So, towel, I've decided because of Argentina's behavior after World War II, which we aren't getting into, today I am supporting England. Okay? They kind of owned and enslaved my people for a little bit. I'm going to overlook that. I'm supporting England. Down with Argentina. Now, Messi's going to have a lot of help, all right, from the refs. But I think Harry Kane and this young English team with a very fine attacking front and solid defensive options, including multiple reserve center backs who can come in if everything collapses and hold a 1-0 or keep a 1-0 deficit at 1-0. John Stones being the primary example. I think they can do it, right? It's Harry Kane. It's the battle of Harry Kane and Messi as far as I'm concerned, okay? Harry Kane, very tall. Lionel Messi, very short. Harry Kane, heads the ball, kicks the ball, scores goals. Lionel Messi moves around like a little magician, gets a lot of help from FIFA and the refs, scores goals, etc. It's his last World Cup probably. Harry Kane's as well. They're both pretty old. It's a semifinal. It's almost as big, but not as big as the Falkland Islands conflict, and I'm backing England. All right, Talmon, Bunny, and Kofi, I'm off for lunch. God bless you all. I'll see you again for more coverage, and then I'm on Justice Served tonight at 6 p.m., so I should save my voice a little too. God bless you all. God bless the United States of America. I'll see you again. Signing off for now. Telenews, youtube.com/@ Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you for being with me. God bless us all. God bless you, Michigan.